Isn't that the most, like, stereotypical ending to any song in any music ever? I swear, I know it is. Also, hi. I don't know if anybody's even here, actually. Hello, chat. I'm not late for once. I seem to have chosen the wrong time again. I see that Girl with a Mic is going over like the Marjorie Taylor Greene stuff. Which I feel like I've been in the heat of for the past few days, and so I don't really care to go over it, but I am excited to go over Candace Owens and Loomer fighting. Press the start button. Oh, I'm unlisted, that's why. How did I get unlisted? Test. Hi, how's it going, guys? You got your new SSD? Good! Congratulations! How's it going, guys? I wore a really cute dress for you. I'm on PC again, yippee. Hello. Hi, Will. Hi, Conduit. Hi, Chris. I better, like, retweet my thing on Twitter, right? I'm sure you guys have seen all the MTG versus AOC stupid shit. I made my own little video on it. I don't want to cover it. Other people are probably already covering it. I find the much more interesting drama to be that between Candace Owens and Loomer. So, we're probably going to go over that. It's very pretty, yeah. Are the girlies fighting? They are fighting. I hope you like my thumbnail. That took forever to make, by the way. Not that it matters. It's my own little project on my own. I'm probably gonna do more short form content, I think, because I feel like if I keep churning it out, it'll become quicker for me to edit. And yeah, right now it's not super quick for me to edit short form, I guess, or not as quick as I would like it to be, you know? I still get like, it's like when I first started editing for Lonerbox, like my OCD kicked in, and I would you guys have no idea how bad it got. It was really fucking bad. Do what I do and just put a shorter vid between longer ones, like a hot tub. Well, I mean like short form, like vertical. So, yeah, when I first started editing for Lonerbox, like my OCD was like kicking in really hard. It was really bad. And then you guys don't want to know how long it would take me. Like, I would spend a stupid amount of time on thumbnails and a stupid amount of time on editing intros initially. And then I got faster with it as I learned to like let go a little bit, I guess. Yeah, I did get tunnel vision actually. There are quite a few times where I would be like, oh my god, where'd the hours go? But yeah, is the music too loud? It's probably a little too loud, isn't it? You guys, it's like embarrassing how long I would spend on some of those intros. Luckily, I'm not at that. I'm not in that space anymore with my head, so that's good at least. I feel like it's an active fight to like not go back there. And definitely when I was making the little short video for MTG, I started treating it like a little bit like a mini video essay, and that wasn't good. So I feel like if I practice more with it, I'll get quicker with it, you know? Like for my own stuff. Like making shorts for Lonerbox is so easy and it's so quick, but... Hi, Kangaloope, how's it going? But you know, when you're putting your own creative like work out there, you kind of like... Yeah, it's different, you know? So, how's it going? Oh, is chat not showing on the stream? Candace is going nuts. Candace is going nuts. And she's been destroying the far right. Like, the far right commentator sphere, I feel like she's been destroying it with her conspiracy theories. And they really have nobody to blame but themselves. It's insane. Okay, let's pause some music. Pause this music, I guess. All right. So we'll just kind of get into it, I guess. You guys know that Candace Owens has been going bonkers ever since Charlie Kirk passed away. Or Charlie, let's be accurate. He was assassinated. Okay? And that's wrong. People shouldn't assassinate people, obviously. Like, that's super no bueno. Don't do that, please. Okay? So basically, ever since Charlie Kirk passed, or God, why do I keep saying passed? Ever since Charlie Kirk was unalived, right? YouTube language. Okay. Let's start over. We're starting over, okay? We're starting over. Ever since Charlie Kirk was unalived and Erica Kirk became the CEO of his company, Turning Point USA, Candace Owens has gone off the deep end. We've got her spinning conspiracies that it wasn't, I think Tyler Robinson was the name of the assassinator or whatever, the guy who did it. She was making conspiracies that he wasn't the only guy, that there were multiple people involved. And then she was going towards, oh, he wasn't even involved at all. He's just like a fall guy. Then she was tracking these Egyptian airplanes and their flight routes and saying that all of these Egyptian flights, they follow Erica Kirk wherever she goes, which is just bizarre. Even Tucker Carlson thought that was bizarre. Like, Tucker Carlson, I firmly believe Tucker Carlson doesn't give a fuck as long as he makes money. And he thinks Candace Owens doing this is hilarious. I can just tell. He thinks it's so funny. But even with that part, like, he was like, I have no idea what that means. So when he was talking about it. So you guys know, like, yeah, she's been going nuts. She gets hella viewers on YouTube. She might be the like largest viewed streamer on YouTube right now. And I highly suspect that like a good portion of her viewers are just people who are watching her as if it's fiction, right? Like, there's no way that many people believe that shit. But, you know, there's a significant portion of her audience that does believe it. So I don't know. So yeah, like, some of the people watching are obviously watching for entertainment value. I know a lot of people who watch her for entertainment value, or just watch her because, it's like literally fiction. And then, yeah, obviously she's got her core audience, and her, they obviously believe her, and she's got her little army of wine moms. Not even, yeah, I mean, she's got her army of like far right wine moms who are doing all this deep diving and all of that, right? And so she has spun so many conspiracy theories about TPUSA, the people in TPUSA saying that it was like an inside job, that they were the ones who killed Charlie, that Charlie was secretly going back on Israel and disagreed with Netanyahu, and that's why he was assassinated. That he was changing his mind on Israel, and that's why he was silenced. That Netanyahu was behind it. Then she started saying it wasn't just Netanyahu, it wasn't just Israel, it was Israel and the French. The French were doing it too. The French were responsible for Charlie Kirk's death, which is just bizarre. Like, the French and Israel, like France and Israel are teaming up to assassinate somebody. Like, why? And a commentator at that. You know, obviously these things happen, and it's crazy people. It's mentally deranged people. It's like time and time again, every act of violence we've seen, or most of them, have been done by crazy people, right? On top of that, Candace Owens left. She used to be part of the Daily Wire. Candace Owens has like quite a long career, right? She was part of TPUSA at one point. She worked for Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring at one point. And she used to work at the Daily Wire. And basically, she claimed that, I guess, she left, or she was laid off by the Daily Wire. And I guess she was at PragerU before she went to Daily Wire, but then she joined the Daily Wire in 2020. Then she left 2024. So she was at the Daily Wire for about 4 years. And a lot of people suspect that she left due to disagreements with Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring, because she was basically saying things that were anti-Semitic, and then Owens liked a tweet that referenced blood libel. So, and there had been tension between her and Ben Shapiro for a while. So recently on Twitter, Candace accused Jeremy Boring of deranged stalking. Like sending an intern to follow her post-firing, orchestrating lawsuits to bankrupt her, misusing Bible passages, in firing documents, and like other harassment, basically. And Laura Loomer and Candace Owens have been fighting, and I mean, they apparently have been fighting for years as well, because both of them accuse each other of lying, narcissism, hypocrisy, stalking, etc., right? Which I'm sure both of them are guilty for. It's like crazy versus crazy over here, right? I don't think Jeremy Boring is crazy. I think he might be the only mentally sane person in this little fight. But that doesn't really bode well for them, right? Like, I don't know. You've got two crazy women who are just like going at each other and accusing each other of everything under the everything under the sun, and just, yeah, it's just insane. Loomer called Candace Owens Candace, aka KLAN, Candace. Owens called Loomer mentally ill, which she probably is. And yeah, it's just insane. Boring has, for the most part, tried to stay out of this drama, but he did weigh in to like give his 2 cents, basically. And I think he made an interesting video. We can take a look at that. So, let's just go through the chronological timeline, shall we? Let's do that. Let's pull it up here. Chat, are we here? How is everybody doing, by the way? Oh, okay. Okay. I want you guys to see my notes, all right? It'll spoil the surprise, okay? Okay. So, pre-May 2026, Owens repeatedly accuses Jeremy Boring and the Daily Wire of harassment, lawsuits, and stalking. Loomer has publicly criticized Owens over the years as well. And yeah, there's just not really a single tweet to really point to. But April 28th, 2026, Laura Loomer posts an alleged mugshot of George Farmer. If you don't know who George Farmer is Candace Owens' husband. He's basically like, he's British. I guess he's like related to royalty somehow. So wait, let me see exactly. Okay. Yeah, British. Oh, he's a British politician and an entrepreneur. He's the son of Lord Farmer, a British businessman and treasurer of the Conservative Party in Britain. And I guess he's somehow related to royalty, or at least that's what some people say. I don't know if he actually is. Is my chat updating? Let's see here. Oh shit. Okay, now it's updating. Sorry. Okay. Anyways, so basically this happens April 28th. All right? April 28th, and it's literally just me help. Sorry. Chat, are we there? Chris is feeling lonely. I know some of you do stuff, like you do other stuff while you're watching or whatever, but anyways, okay. Press the like button, by the way. So basically, April 28th, Laura Loomer posts this exclusive. And obviously, Laura Loomer has been very critical of Candace Owens for going after Erica Kirk, right? Basically, so has Jeremy Boring. So have a whole other string of conservative commentators and even liberal commentators. Laura Loomer posts this April 28th. Exclusive. I have obtained alleged mugshot of Candace Owens' British husband, George Farmer, from his alleged arrest in Nashville, Tennessee. Candace, do you want to explain this to your audience, or should I? Last week, you said you had nothing to hide. Then, April 30th, Laura Loomer dropped receipts, basically. Exclusive. Candace Owens' husband, George Farmer, was so drunk when he was arrested in Nashville, Tennessee for crashing his car while driving drunk with a BAC of .261 that the impact ripped the wheels off of his Ram 1500 truck. See the receipts below. .261 is 3 times the legal blood alcohol limit of 0.08. Farmer did this while he was a green card holder, awaiting approval for U.S. citizenship. Does Candace let her husband drive their 4 kids in his truck? I hope not. Notice she keeps attacking me on her show, but she won't address any of the receipts. Keep poking me and watch what happens. And these are the receipts, apparently. This was the truck. This happened, in 2023, apparently. George Farmer, the immigrant husband of Candace Owens, totaled his truck while driving drunk on August 10th, 2023, despite Candace Owens denying her husband had ever been arrested and claiming his accident was simply a fender bender that the police were never called over. In reality, there have been multiple accidents, including a 2023 DUI due to Farmer's excessive drinking and driving. In 2023, Farmer was a green card holder when he was arrested in Nashville, Tennessee, and he was in possession of a firearm and had targets in the backseat of his truck. This is all documented in the arrest report below. It is unknown how Farmer was able to get U.S. citizenship in 2025, as DUI while in possession of a firearm on a green card is a deportable offense. She tagged Rubio, ICE, and DHS. That's insane. Did Farmer disclose this arrest to immigration authorities at INS? Did he lie about it? Did he and Candace pay someone off to make this go away? Candace directly and deliberately lied to her viewers when she said this never happened. She said it was a fender bender. The reality is both accidents happened, and neither one was a fender bender, and I have all the receipts to prove it. Along with Farmer's mugshot, I also obtained a transcript of the 911 call, and the police report that the documents show how Farmer had a BAC of 0.26 when police made him take a breathalyzer after he was found stumbling on the side of the highway, barely able to stand from being so drunk. The legal BAC level is 0.08. Farmer, who was listed as being 180 pounds on the arrest report, would have had to consume 13 drinks over 4 hours to reach a 0.26 BAC level before getting in his truck and driving. He could have killed someone. It's a testament to how selfish he and his wife truly are and always have been. Drunk driving is one of the trashiest and most reckless behaviors a person can ever engage in. I have also obtained photos of Farmer's black total Ram 1500 truck, completely destroyed from when he crashed it. Well, I don't think it was completely destroyed, but okay. I tracked down the Carfax report for the truck, which proves the truck was last sold in Nashville, Tennessee. These receipts prove without a doubt that Candace Owens' husband is a criminal and that she lied about her husband and his DUI. What else is Candace Owens hiding? Happy birthday, Candace. I hope this birthday you will practice being a better person and try not to lie so much. Instead of obsessing over Charlie Kirk's spouse, you should focus on your own spouse and his serious drinking problem before he murders someone behind the wheel. People who live in 2 multi-million-dollar glass houses that are hidden in a trust in Nashville shouldn't be throwing stones. May I also suggest you check your husband into rehab ASAP instead of posting photos from church looking like an extra in The Karate Kid. God bless. Receipts. And you can see the receipts here. Let's just make this bigger. The arrest report. Farmer George, DUI. White, male. Hair is black. I don't know why his hair is black in this, but adult custodial. Now, Candace Owens tried to claim that this was fake because of this up here. You see, like it's cut off the Metropolitan Police Department, Nashville, Tennessee. Age 33. I mean, it sounds like it's him, right? And these are the warrants. Weapon possession while under influence, driving under the influence, leaving scene of accident, damage. Like, yeah, that's a hit and run, basically, right? And there's this part. Subject consented to a breath test. Subject's BAC was 0.261. This is him. This is literally him. I don't know why they made a mistake in listing his. Oh, maybe his hair's dyed. I don't know. But this is clearly him. This is this mugshot here. So first, Candace tried to claim it was somebody else, and then basically we'll get there. This is the truck. Okay, maybe it was totaled actually. Now maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I was wrong. Then she follows up with this. She says, making George Farmer's arrest for DUI even more damning. When he totaled his truck in Nashville, Tennessee while driving drunk with a BAC of .261, Farmer, the husband of Candace Owens, gave the police a cell phone number that belongs to a woman named Savannah Jacoby when they asked him for his number during his arrest. A quick search of Savannah Jacoby shows she is Candace Owens' longtime manager. I blurred the number on the arrest report to not dox her, but the number is her cell phone number, and I have confirmed this by cross-referencing the police report with multiple screenshots of Savannah's iMessage contact card from people who know her. Why did George Farmer lie to police when he was arrested for DUI with a BAC 3 times over the legal limit? Was this part of a premeditated plan in case Farmer got caught drinking and driving again while he was a green card holder? This is very damning. He lied to the police. It appears he may have also lied to immigration authorities to get U.S. citizenship. Was Savannah Jacoby complicit? Was she part of this plan by Candace Owens' husband to lie to the police? Was Candace Owens involved? I'm just asking questions. And then a bunch of people are now replying that, oh, you altered a government document, blah, blah, blah. Now, I don't know whether she altered it or not, but people are pointing out that place of birth is put as Nashville. That, yeah, the hair is black in it. Yeah. Though, let's see, somebody replied. Oh, I guess he does have black hair. But yeah, that's basically that's basically what she's posted. And people were asking, oh, why is it like Nashville listed as his place of birth? Laura Loomer says that's because that's what he told police when he was drunk. Though you would think that the police would check that before writing it down, I guess, but then Laura Loomer says, oh crap, sorry. This breaking source tells me George Farmer's 2023 DUI and his citizenship application and records at INS are now allegedly being reevaluated by DHS. No wonder Candace is convulsing today with more lies. The truth will come out. So this was May 5th. Or no, yeah, that's May 4th and 5th. Then Boring enters. Jeremy Boring enters the conversation. And he entered because Candace Owens lied and said that the Daily Wire laid off 50% of its workforce, and then updated it to 60%, absolute bloodbath. Then Jeremy Boring, who doesn't even work at the Daily Wire anymore, by the way, he let's just pull it up here. Last week, Candace Owens told the world the Daily Wire had laid off over 50% of its workforce, then updated it to 60%. Absolute bloodbath. I'm sure it will shock you to learn those figures aren't anywhere close to the truth. But there's a much bigger story beyond Candace's mistaken reporting. The story is how lying has become the default operating system for huge swaths, both legacy media and the new online right. At least he's calling it for what it is. The grift industrial complex rewards speed, sensationalism, and telling the audience exactly what it wants to hear over anything resembling journalistic standards, due diligence, or basic honesty. I know this world because I helped build part of it. We broke past the old gatekeepers for good reason. The old gatekeepers broke all of their own standards, but too few in new media even have standards to break. They say bad money drives out good. It turns out bad journalism does too. So let's...
Last week, news broke that the Daily Wire, a company...
Why does it play and it doesn't even show? Like, okay. Here we go.
Last week, news...
There we go. Thank you.
Last week, news broke that the Daily Wire, a company I founded 11 years ago with Ben Shapiro and Caleb Robinson, laid off a number of employees. Actually, the story that broke is that they laid off over 50% of their workforce, and the person who broke that story is former Daily Wire host Candace Owens. Candace later modified her reporting to say, quote, "I'm hearing it was more like 60%. Absolute bloodbath." Daily Wire editor-in-chief Brent Shore made a statement later in the day challenging Candace's report. He said, quote, "Yes, the company had layoffs today. It's always really tough. No, it was nowhere near 50% of the company. That's insane, and also insane to post without verifying." Now, I'm no longer an active part of the Daily Wire. I don't communicate regularly with anyone at the company in any official capacity. That said, I still know many people at the company, many of whom I personally hired, and many of whom were let go in the layoffs. So, generally speaking, I have pretty good insight into this story. It's easy for me to separate fact from fiction. That gives me an enormous advantage over most people on the internet trying to make sense of the conflicting reports. According to multiple sources within and without the company, it sounds like just fewer than 50 people were laid off. I can't say with any certainty what percentage that is of the total Daily Wire employees at this point, but it's nothing like 60%. It's nothing like 50%, or for that matter, 40%, or even 30%. When I left a little over a year ago, we had approximately 275 employees. Some were laid off not long after I left, but many others have been hired since, as anyone following conservative media online would easily discover. Talent from Isabel Brown to Matt Fradd to Ben Domenech. And Daily Wire is still making movies too, and breaking stories and producing shows and doing whatever it is that Michael Knowles does. All that to say, Candace's reporting, insofar as it can even be called reporting, is false reporting, or at a minimum, mistaken reporting. Mistaken reporting could be the name of Candace's autobiography. When the story is how many people were let go from your favorite or least favorite media company, false reporting doesn't seem especially consequential. I mean, certainly it's consequential to every soul who lost their job at Daily Wire last week, and it's consequential to me on a personal level. Many of those laid off are my friends. One of them's been my friend for 22 years. But it's not of great consequence as a news story, or of great consequence to Candace's millions of fans, other than giving them a false sense of victory. I say false because of both their inflated sense of the numbers and because that inflated sense of numbers gives them an inflated sense of certainty that Daily Wire is finished. It isn't. What this story does do is highlight the broader phenomenon of false reporting that permeates the online space.
As much as I empathize with these people, like, again, these are people who saw Trump lie about COVID for 8 months, saw Trump lie about the 2020 election, saw people lie about a whole host of things, and had nothing to say about it. Like, you know, it's just insane.
You're being told things every single day that simply aren't so. And it's getting harder and harder to separate fact from fiction online. It's never easier to spot the lies than when they're about you. For public figures, even those with fairly small profiles like me, being lied about is par for the course. There's some scumbag out there who's made his entire business to respond to any story about me by suggesting I have a horrible toupee, when in fact, I have a wonderful hair transplant from Bosley.
I'm going to need one of those one day.
Highly recommend. The point is this: lying
Welcome back, Chris.
online, either to troll or to advance some political agenda, is a very real phenomenon. Now, it's easy to spot the falsehoods when the claims being made are about you or someone you know personally, or about some area in which you happen to be an expert. Maybe you've experienced this yourself. Maybe you're in the military and you're watching some war movie. You're immediately able to point out all the mistakes. That guy isn't holding his rifle the right way. That officer isn't wearing the right ribbon or whatever.
Hi, Mossad.
Or perhaps you open up some website or news app and you come to report on some other subject that you are a studied expert in, or a story about an event you have firsthand knowledge of, or about an individual you know personally.
Do you like Jeremy? I think he's more, he seems like he has more integrity than most of the people in his space. Though again, like, it's hard for me to feel empathetic. Like I feel bad for Erica Kirk. I feel bad for all these people that Candace Owens is lying about and everybody else is lying about, but also, like, they directly contributed to their little sphere has a horrible habit of just, like, conspiracy theories, and they directly kind of turned the other way when it was happening, and now they've, like, made their own monster, you know? So I'm glad that he's saying something about it, and he's really trying to hammer in journalistic integrity, but, like, it's just like, dude, you were part of the Daily Wire for years. I feel like there could have been efforts well before this point.
The mistakes and false reporting become immediately apparent to you. The scales fall from your eyes, and for a brief moment, you realize that most of what you read in the news, or at least on the internet, is just crap. But if you're like most people, you suspend your disbelief once again the moment you read a story about a subject you know nothing about. The novelist Michael Crichton called this the Gell-Mann amnesia effect, named after physicist Murray Gell-Mann. Michael Crichton described the effect this way, quote, "You open the newspaper to an article on some subject you know well. You read the article and see the journalist has absolutely no understanding of either the facts or the issues. Often, the article is so wrong, it actually presents the story backward, reversing cause and effect. I call these the wet streets cause rain stories. Paper's full of them. In any case, you read with exasperation or amusement the multiple errors in a story and then turn the page to national or international affairs and read as if the rest of the newspaper was somehow more accurate about Palestine than the baloney you just read. You turn the page and forget what you know. This is the phenomenon at the heart of the entire.
This is true. Like, you know, these papers can issue, like, corrections and things, but, like, once people see something, like, it's in their heads, and it's not very often that they'll go back and see a correction, right? Like, who fucking cares about reading a correction? Because usually these corrections are even put as, like, footnotes anyways, you know?
Crisis. Not just that we're being lied to, though we are. No, the deeper problem is that we are remarkably good at noticing the lies in the narrow corner of the world where we have direct knowledge, and we're remarkably bad at remembering, when we turn the page, what we just noticed. All of this matters far beyond the question of how many people were laid off from a conservative media company. It matters because people on the outside of a story have very little way of confirming whether the claims made inside a story are true or false. And the same forces that produced yesterday's lie will produce tomorrow's lie.
NYT published so many lies about Israel, it's terrible, then retract in a small box. I mean, NYT is like, I don't know. Are you talking about New York Times? Oh, okay. Okay, New York Times. Yeah, well, when it comes to war, I will say, even with the Russia-Ukraine war, when that first came out, like, there was so much misinformation. And, like, when it comes to war, there's, like, this thing called the fog of war, right? And it's really hard to verify information that is immediately coming out of that conflict. And most people don't know, I guess, they don't know to do that. There have been so many things that came out of the Russia-Ukraine thing that were, like, false. Yeah, it's just hard, you know? Um, but the one thing I'll say about Jeremy Moore, like, he seems like he's got some integrity, but at the same time, like, this is somebody who, like, looked the other way when Donald Trump was denying the COVID pandemic for like 8 months straight while wearing a mask everywhere. And then he turned the other way when Donald Trump was claiming the 2020 election was stolen. And he turned the other way when people were claiming that Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked by a gay lover, and turned the other way when, there's just like so many different things where people just turn the other way when people are blatantly lying. And like, there's a reason why Erica Kirk's biggest enemies are people within the far right, and within new media. So there is a very serious issue there. Like, I don't know, like, I remember listening to something a few years ago where I was listening to this professor talk about how, like, with the rise of like misinformation, and then people don't really care to verify the truth, we live like in a post-truth world, and I've started to really like internalize that. Like, yeah, we do live in a post-truth world. Like, maybe this started even earlier than when I think it started, but it like spun out of control completely in the past few years, and it's just insane. Like hantavirus, right? Hantavirus, and Marjorie Taylor Greene is retweeting people recommending ivermectin for it, right? Like it's like these people don't even wait.
And next time, it might be more consequential. I've read almost every day for a year and change that I left the Daily Wire after bankrupting the company. That's not true. Every single year that I led the Daily Wire, we grew revenue. Every year, year over year, for 10 straight years. My last full quarter as CEO was at that time the biggest quarter in the history of the company. My last full year as CEO was at that time the biggest year in the history of the company, just like the year before it had been, and the year before that, and the year before that. But the lie persists. The most stubborn lie we combated routinely at the Daily Wire during my tenure was that the company was actively being bankrolled by the billionaire Wilks brothers. The truth is that Ferris Wilks invested $4.7 million in the company in our first year. I've never so much as met his brother. I certainly never took any capital from him. And while $4.7 million is a lot of money, saying that year after year we're being funded by the billionaire Wilks brothers, when the reality is we took money from one Wilks brother in our first year and then quickly became profitable and stayed profitable and grew our revenue to over $200 million a year, well, you're just lying. It's the perfect illustration of what's changed in the information environment over the last decade. In the era when traditional media outlets still controlled the bulk of reporting on conservative media, this lie kept getting picked up. But every time it did, we were able to force a correction. Slowly, over time, the better reporters and better publications learned not to publish it because they knew they would have to retract it. That is what the model of editorial standards and legal review actually does in practice. But that model only works as long as the audience gets its news from publications that operate under it. Today,
which nobody does. People get their news from like influencers, and I don't think influencers should be considered journalists or whatever. I feel like they operate in a different space. But yeah, nobody gets their like, who has like a fucking subscription to a newspaper, right? Like, I don't know. And then they get their news from influencers who have no reason to tell you the truth. They'll post like disinformation just to virtue signal. It's just insane. Like, what else is Marjorie Taylor Greene doing by posting that ivermectin can cure hantavirus, right? I do from Google. Oh, I mean, fair, right? Me, okay, ape, all right. But like, I don't even know that Marjorie Taylor Greene believes that ivermectin can cure hantavirus, but she's certainly reposting it because she knows that she'll get all of like the all of the support. It's literally their version of virtue signal, virtue signaling. It's just, it's insane to me, And so while, again, it's very sad that Erica Kirk is being attacked by these people, Charlie Kirk himself was like, when asked about the question about Nancy Pelosi, the conspiracy theory about Nancy Pelosi's husband being attacked by a gay lover, his response was like, why should we say anything about that? Why should we? Just like, we have no reason to say anything about it. Like, and he thought it was like funny. Like, now look what's happening to your, to your wife. Like it's just like you have no integrity to like, you're just letting people on the right run away with this conspiracy theory about Nancy Pelosi's husband being attacked by his gay lover off of like really shitty reporting. And now look what's happening to your wife. She's being blamed for your death. And it's just, it's just insane to me. I mean, and now they're only saying things because Candace Owens is like burning everything down. Like it's only when like the fire kind of lit them on fire,
Almost no one does. You can find comments on X right now, today, claiming that the Daily Wire is funded by the billionaire Wilkes brothers. The narrative is still rampant in the public conversation because the Wild West of new media has no correction mechanism. The lie just keeps...
I mean, he even played into it. It's just insane. Where's the clip? I'm going to find the clip. When a sick and demented man broke into the home of Pelosi's and brutally attacked Paul Pelosi, this is how Charlie Kirk reacted, with empathy, with... Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Yeah. Okay, let's see this.
He's still in jail. Why is he not been... And why is he still in jail? Why has he not been bailed out? By the way, if some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. I bet his bail's like 30 or 40,000.
He's talking about the guy who attacked Nancy Pelosi's husband.
$1,000. Bail him out and then go ask him some questions.
He thinks it's funny.
And why is he still in jail? Why is he...
He thinks it's funny. You can see it. You can see it. He thinks it's funny. Like, I'm tired of people also saying that Charlie Kirk was like an angel who never did anything bad. Like, he directly contributed to this environment that is leading to his own wife being crucified for no reason. But Daily Wire didn't start us? Okay. But how many lies did Ben Shapiro turn the other way to? I have more respect for Ben Shapiro than most of these commentators, but it's still like he turned the other way when tons of other conspiracies and lies were being put out. Let's see the full video. Here it is. Okay. Here's the full video.
.com. I'm looking at the New York Times. I'm looking at all these places, and there's like a little bit of mention here. For example, Politico says top Republicans reject any link between GOP rhetoric and Paul Pelosi assault. Of course you should reject any link. Why is the Republican Party, why is the conservative movement to blame for gay schizophrenic nudists that are hemp jewelry makers breaking into somebody's home, or maybe not breaking into somebody's home? Why are we to blame for that exactly? And why is he still in jail?
Because you guys are the ones who are running with this conspiracy theory that it wasn't a schizophrenic guy who broke in, that it was his gay lover and they got into a lover's fight.
Why has he not been bailed out? By the way, if some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. I bet his bail's like 30 or 40,000 bucks. Bail him out and then go ask him some questions. I wonder what his bail is. They're going after him with attempted murder, political assassination, all this sort of stuff. I'm not qualifying it. I think it's awful. It's not right. But why is it that in Chicago, you're able to commit murder and be out the next day? Why is it that
That's not the case.
you're able to trespass, second-degree murder, arson, threat of public official, cashless bail? This happens all over San Francisco. But if you go after the Pelosi's, you're
Well, it's a political attempt. It's an assassination attempt. Like, what do you expect?
let out immediately.
Nobody's let out immediately of attempted murder or killing people, period. Like, I don't know where he's getting that from, but whatever. You're right, but you're not quite there on why people like Candace went against it. No, I know.
The press,
like
the American
Candace Owens is an anti-Semite and she's a goon, you know? She's just like a disgusting little goon, but he doesn't know what he's talking about in
going. There's no editor to call. There's no retraction to demand. There's no professional cost to the people reporting the lie. So
and she's possibly being funded by foreign entities as well. But like we'll get
repeating
there,
it.
you know?
And it works. The actual facts are readily available. They've even been reported. But the internet never lets actual facts get in the way of a good narrative. Unlike traditional journalism, online journalism hasn't developed and, in fact, largely deplores standards and safeguards. In traditional journalism, you had reporters working stories, filing Freedom of Information Act requests, digging through arcane documents, working leads and sources. You had editors and fact-checkers following up on the basic ones and zeros of a story before ever approving it for print. Frequently, even quotes would be checked with the source who gave them. You had legal review, in which lawyers would ensure that reporting cleared the liability bar. No defamation, no unfounded accusations, no outright falsehoods. This entire time-consuming, expensive framework existed to ensure that stories met basic journalistic standards. In 1924, the American Society of Newspaper Editors adopted the Canons of Journalism, a code of ethics for their craft. It included things like responsibility, quote, "A journalist who uses his power for any selfish or otherwise unworthy purpose is faithless to a high trust." The Society of Professional Journalists Code of Ethics, last revised in 2014, says roughly the same thing in plainer language. Neither speed nor format excuses inaccuracy. The language is still right there in the code reporters are nominally trained on. We've known it formally in writing for over 100 years. We've just stopped doing it. Now, it wasn't a perfect system, but it was a system. It said in contract law you can't sign a good contract with a bad actor. So too, even good journalistic standards fall apart when the people entrusted to apply them allow their biases to lead or wrongly order their competing desires and incentives. The trend toward making change the goal of journalism, rather than truth, was popularized during the Obama era. You can find the seeds of it going back much further, all the way to the New Journalism movement of the 1960s, or the Watergate-era hagiographies of crusading reporters, to hundreds of films and books that taught a generation of young people that the highest calling in the field was to bring down the wicked. But Barack Obama used his position as a pseudo-religious figure on the left to accelerate that trend into orthodoxy.
How? This makes sense.
The Society of Professional Journalists Code of Ethics, last revised in 2014, says roughly the same thing in plainer language. Neither speed nor format excuses inaccuracy. The language is still right there in the code reporters are nominally trained on. We've known it formally in writing for over 100 years. We've just stopped doing it. Now, it wasn't a perfect system, but it was a system. It said in contract law you can't sign a good contract with a bad actor. So too, even good journalistic standards fall apart when the people entrusted to apply them allow their biases to lead or wrongly order their competing desires and incentives. The trend toward making change the goal of journalism, rather than truth, was popularized during the Obama era. You can find the seeds of it going back much further, all the way to the New Journalism movement of the 1960s, or the Watergate-era hagiographies of crusading reporters, to hundreds of films and books that taught a generation of young people that the highest calling in the field was to bring down the wicked. But Barack Obama used his position as a pseudo-religious figure on the left to accelerate that trend into orthodoxy. He redefined how an entire generation of journalists at all levels of the craft saw themselves. No longer was their primary job to speak truth to power, but to create social change. It is in many ways his most lasting achievement, along with destroying movies and rock and roll. Take MSNBC. The network had always leaned left, of course, but through the
I just don't know how you can blame this on the left when we haven't perpetuated conspiracy theories nearly as crazy as the right has. Like, we've got the science denying right now. It's actually insane.
2000s, it at least gestured toward balance. Tucker Carlson hosted his own nightly show. Pat Buchanan was a regular. Enter Barack Obama. In 2008, Obama ran on, quote, change we can believe in. And during election week, MSNBC changed its on-air slogan to the power of change. So close to the campaign slogan that Pennsylvania Democratic Governor Ed Rendell called MSNBC, quote, the official network of the Obama campaign, and called their coverage, quote, absolutely embarrassing. In 2014, Jorge Ramos, who anchored Univision's evening news for almost 40 years, accepted a Committee to Protect Journalists award by making the case for what he called, quote, point of view journalism. Quote,
I mean, there is such thing as opinion journalism, right? Where, you know, the journalist imparts their own opinion onto the audience, and that's pretty common. But I still feel like even that has more integrity than what we see from a lot of these influencers today, right? It's not journalism, Star, it's punditry.
it's perfectly okay, he told the room, not to be neutral and to openly take a stand. Nicole Hannah-Jones, the New York Times Magazine writer who won a 2020 Pulitzer Prize, for commentary notably, not reporting, told CBS in 2021, quote, all journalism is activism. She pointed to the Washington Post's own slogan, democracy dies in darkness, as proof. That, she said, is not a neutral position.
How is it? That seems like a pretty neutral slogan, but like every news outlet has its slant, right? Billy Wilder saw this coming. Let's see. Grift Industrial Complex. Let's just skip forward. The Grift Industrial Complex.
Of traditional media. In fact, it largely just elides the question of journalistic standards altogether. Those of us in the medium, and I include myself, participated in creating the monster we now have. The Daily Wire, PragerU, the Independent Journal
At least he's acknowledging that he's got some part to play in this, right?
Review, a handful of others. We were at the bleeding edge of realizing the power of social media to advance the agenda of the right. We saw a real opportunity and we took it. And for the most part, the country is better off for what we did. But the same technology, the same algorithms, the same
accelerated like the advent of the post-truth world, you know? Is it?
attention economy that allowed us to break through the legacy gatekeepers also produced the medium we now find ourselves trapped inside. That's not a reason to retreat from the medium, but we do have to be honest.
Okay, well, maybe the Daily Wire is better than most of the other outlets, but like it feels like so many right-wing influencers continue to perpetuate conspiracy theories
About what we've made. In this new environment, being first to a story is often more important than being correct, and being first to frame a narrative is often more important than being first to the story. What this produces at scale is what I've come to call the grift industrial complex. The grift industrial complex is real. It's lucrative. It's incredibly rewarding, too, in terms of the feedback you get from the audience. It turns out if you tell people what they want to hear, they're always happy to hear it. And so they reward you. They reward you financially. They reward you with clicks and with likes and with the dopamine of constant affirmation. And pretty soon, telling people what they want to hear becomes your actual business model. Now, some organizations, the Blazes of the world, the Free Presses, the Daily Wires, they do still have editorial process and journalistic standards. They have legal review. but they're outliers. And more of the news we get online never goes through any sort of network or media company with standards at all. It's just individuals with individual agendas moving as fast as they possibly can. In this new, fast-paced, personality-driven information ecosystem, loyalty to a host or loyalty to an idea becomes the only real framework for deciding what's true. Candace tells her audience that Israel committed a genocide in Gaza. And people are left to decide whether or not they agree or disagree based largely just on how they feel about Candace, or how they feel about Israel, or how they feel about the Jews, or how they feel about the weather. Actual, falsifiable reporting, consistent and defined standards, fact checks, and legal review, they need not apply. And if more people, or in some cases more foreign bots, happen to agree with Candace than disagree, well, vox populi, vox Dei. The voice of the people is the voice of God. It's truth by popular decree.
You know who's a great offender of this is Elon Musk. Sorry, just one second, guys. Musk is not writing that. Yeah, he's definitely not. He was just calling the ADL like a hate group the other day. Like, you can disagree with the ADL on certain stances that they have without calling them a hate group. It's insane. Or perpetuating the whole SPLC thing. Like, you've got the government going after an organization that had paid informants that worked with the FBI. Like, the FBI knew about this, and the SPLC worked with the FBI to do some of these things. And now you've got the government going after the SPLC. It's like a shakedown. It's such a clear shakedown.
And if you push back on it, if you push back on the lies these demagogues spread, you'll be accused of cancel culture, or censorship, or hostility to free speech itself. But of course, these terms have been stretched past the point of meaning. Free speech has come to mean freedom from any consequences, social, professional, or moral, for anything one chooses to say. That isn't what the founders intended. It isn't what the tradition means. It isn't what any serious person has ever meant by freedom of speech. Even the minimal floor of the law doesn't protect malicious lies, as Candace Owens is likely to discover in any number of the lawsuits stacking up in her lawyer's office. Free speech is a legal standard, but it was never meant to be a moral one. The First Amendment prevents the government from penalizing your speech. That's good. But it doesn't tell you what your speech ought to be, what you ought to say, how you ought to say it, or to what end. Those questions belong to a different order, to conscience, to community, to the slow work of forming citizens who can be trusted with the freedom they've been given. The American founders understood this. They didn't believe liberty could survive in a people without virtue. John Adams famously said, "Our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people and is wholly inadequate to the government of any other." A free people who lie, who slander, who bear false witness, that people will not long remain free. The structure just won't hold. So yes, you may have the legal right to say it. You may even win in court, but the Lord detests lying lips. The standard that's above the law is not the standard of the law. And the republic the founders built assumes you know the difference. Candace, of course, lies all the time, and she's making a fortune doing it. But, as Proverb tells us, a fortune made by a lying tongue is a fleeting vapor and a deadly snare. And for Candace, the snare seems to be tightening. The lawsuits from people connected with Charlie Kirk, people about whom Candace has been spreading falsehoods and slanders for months, are likely only just beginning. Already, Candace is trying to walk back some of her most salacious insinuations, but that doesn't mean she's suddenly discovered journalistic integrity, or even basic.
I'm glad that he's calling Candace out, because she has to be one of the worst people that has come out of the far right. Not even the far right. She's come out of like the new media right recently. She has to, like, I don't know how people didn't see through her grift, because she initially was like a left-wing activist, I'm pretty sure, and she was doxing people and all of that. And then she shifted to the right and made a whole career. So
Honesty. In recent weeks, public records and documents have surfaced alleging that Candace's husband, George Farmer, was arrested in Nashville in August 2023 for DUI and leaving the scene.
This is the part, okay? This is the part that we were talking about. This is part of the larger drama between the three of them, okay? So we're going back to the DUI.
Of an accident. When Candace insists that this has nothing to do with her husband, that it's some completely different George Farmer in Nashville, Tennessee, well, that denial strikes me as pretty audacious. I was first made aware of the arrest and charges, leaving the scene of an accident after wrecking his truck at 3 times the legal limit while carrying a loaded firearm, shortly after it happened, back when Candace still worked for me at the Daily Wire. People who had access to the court documents approached me with them quite early, before the situation was resolved. By the time Candace started to engage in more and more evil behavior, the arrest was pretty well known in conservative circles. I was personally approached more than once by people asking me if I would speak.
I think it's so funny that there are certain things that are well known in conservative circles. Candace Owens' husband's DUI, Elijah Schaffer's penchant for sexually harassing women, TPUSA's parties being drug-fueled and full of degeneracy. Like, there are things that I have realized over the years, sitting in calls and just listening to people gossip, that there is so much degeneracy in that right-wing sphere in comparison to the left. Like, at least with the left, if somebody's like degenerate, they're at least open about it. For the most part, unless it's like infidelity, because men can't, whatever. But which the right wingers do too. They do infidelity as well. But when it comes to like actual degenerate behavior, like, you won't find TPUSA events. You won't find any Democratic events that are like TPUSA events where they had like filled with drugs and degeneracy and hooking up and everything. Like, it's just it's insane.
Doubt about the charges. In every instance, I refused. Not because I thought Candace's conduct was defensible, far from it, but because I believed then, and still believe, that family should generally be off limits. But of course, Candace doesn't believe family is off limits, just ask Charlie Kirk's widow. And so people now have decided to play by Candace's rules. But here, too, the lack of journalism online is very much a part of the story. While the charges are now public knowledge, making Candace's denials look increasingly strained, there's almost no reporting on what actually happened to the case. There's still no reporting on what happened to the charges themselves. Did Candace and George pay to make them go away? Did the police make an error or violate George's rights in some way? Were the charges brought against him found to be untrue? I mean, the police arresting you doesn't mean you're guilty after all. Responsible journalists would be pursuing these questions if there were any responsible journalists left to pursue them. And of course, it's hard to talk about deception in media without talking about Tucker Carlson. As an independent podcaster who no longer benefits from the journalistic standards of Fox News, Tucker now has the luxury of simply putting his thoughts and suspicions and questions out there seemingly as soon as they enter his head, with what often appears to be no semblance of due diligence or confirmation or editorial checks. His audience, though, loves it because he confirms all their fears and suspicions and questions. It's worth noting that Tucker himself has speculated he was fired from Fox for his reporting around the 2020 election. Tucker strongly insinuated on air that the election was stolen. But in private communications produced during Fox's lawsuit with Dominion Voting, Tucker was discovered saying he didn't actually believe his own story. He privately said the claims of Dominion software rigging the election were, quote, absurd.
Wow. Okay, he's talking about it. He's talking about it, the election lies.
In another communication,
What was Ben Shapiro's thoughts on the 2020 election being stolen? Like, he had to know that was like baloney, right? He had to know it was baloney. And he's still stuck up for Donald Trump. He had to know.
Tucker was discovered saying he didn't actually believe his own story. He privately said the claims of Dominion software rigging the election were, quote, absurd. In another communication, he called it, quote, shockingly reckless to claim Dominion had rigged the election. And in yet another private message, he agreed that, quote, there wasn't enough fraud to change the outcome of the election. But his message to his audience was a different story. Quote, we don't know how many votes were stolen on Tuesday night. We don't know anything about the software that many say was rigged. We don't know. We ought to find out, he said in one monologue. And in another, he said, quote, you've heard a lot over the past few days about the security of our electronic voting machines. This is a real issue, no matter who raises it or who tries to dismiss it out of hand as a conspiracy theory. Now, regardless of how you feel about Dominion or about the 2020 election, Tucker was obviously telling his audience what they wanted to hear instead of what he actually thought was true. And that lawsuit, by the way, cost Fox $750 million. Tucker has actually been pretty open in the past about his willingness to lie if that lie would help him win. In a 2018 interview with Ben Shapiro, when asked if he would ban self-driving vehicles, Tucker
from GPT, Ben Shapiro generally rejected the core stolen election claims about the 2020 U.S. election, while simultaneously arguing that the media was unfairly tilted against Donald Trump. The guy was, okay, that's the thing. Okay, at least he didn't perpetuate the 2020 election stolen conspiracy theory, right? But I will say, like, the fact that he still stuck up for Trump after the whole fake elector scheme, it's okay, I get it. Ben Shapiro is heavily reliant on his audience, and it's not an easy thing to do to go against the grain, especially when he's so monetarily reliant on them, right? And saying something like, "Oh, I don't believe in the 2020 election, being stolen, and Donald Trump doing this is insanely irresponsible," and blah blah blah. Like he could say those things, but then he would lose a lot of his income, right? And so, like, I get that there's that contradiction there, but I do think that if you care about the truth, you kind of have to, right? You kind of have to. He went back to Trump after J6. Yeah, and he also he didn't like what happened in J6, but like, yeah, why go back to Trump? You've seen him engage in very unethical things, and you still went back to him. And it's okay, yes, you're monetarily incentivized, but like, at a certain point, what you believe in, what you stand for, has to mean a little bit more to you, right?
Tucker said, quote, are you joking? In a second.
And you can still be right wing. Like, you can still be right wing in thought and right wing in belief, and not justify the things that Donald Trump does, you know?
If I were president, I would say to the Department of Transportation, we're not letting driverless trucks on the road, period. And I maybe would make up some pretext for public consumption like, oh, they're dangerous, the technology's not quite finessed. No. But the truth would be, I don't want to put millions of men out of work. And of course, just last week, while being interviewed by the New York Times, Tucker was caught shooting from the hip or completely making things up. It's honestly hard to tell at this point. In the interview, Tucker made a serious insinuation that J.D. Vance has been the victim of, quote, nonstop treachery from people on the neoconservative side around Marco Rubio. Quote, who are these people? Asked the Times reporter. Who do you mean specifically? Quote, you know, I don't know is the real answer. I don't know, Tucker replied. You're accusing people of treachery, so I'm wondering, said the reporter. Quote, well, I know there's been a lot of treachery for sure, and they were so mad about JD getting that job. The reporter continued to press Tucker about who specifically within the White House he was referring to, and Tucker continued to dodge.
Out of all the new media, name someone who's better than Shapiro at this. I do think that there are people out there who are better than Shapiro, but I don't want to name them because I feel like it would be like and people who are kind of like in the center as well, who are a little bit better than Shapiro. Though I do think Shapiro is still above most of these people, above most of like the new media right. I absolutely think he is better than most of the new media right. But like, yeah, there are some that I do think are better than Shapiro, but yeah, it's like it's not great, you know. So
Pressed
yeah.
again. Tucker
But I
relented.
don't want to name any names. But yeah, I mean, if we're talking about the entire new media right, then yeah, I mean, he's like one of the few who's better than most. But yeah, I just wonder who you would recommend. If you message me on Discord, I'll give you some names, you know?
Saying, quote, "You know, I don't know the answer to that." Now, there's a principle in 16th century English finance called Gresham's Law. It's named for Sir Thomas Gresham, who advised Queen Elizabeth I on restoring confidence in the currency. The law says, in its short form, that bad money drives out good. If you circulate both gold coins and coins made from some cheaper metal, people will spend the cheap metal coins and they'll hoard the gold. The bad currency stays in circulation while the good currency disappears from view. That same principle is now governing internet journalism. Our social media landscape rewards the quick, the sensational, the half-baked story that generates clicks and engagement. That is the cheap currency. What it doesn't reward is the 6-month investigation backed by rigor and research written up in some 12-page news article. After a while, the serious journalists get crowded out by the sensationalist grifters. Or worse, they join them just so they can compete. Bad journalism drives out good journalism, not because audiences want bad journalism over good. Most audiences, if you ask them, would say they want the opposite. But because the medium itself structurally rewards the fast and the certain and the emotionally satisfying over the slow and the qualified and the verified.
It's so hard. It is the generation of clickbait, you know? It's just, it's so hard because, yeah, you do have to balance, like, you have to balance, like, good reporting. And again, I'm not a journalist. I don't know, like, I don't know I know jack shit about this, you know, like, it's hard. You're trying to balance, like, informative, truthful reporting while still latching onto people's brains with, like, you know, who are primed for clickbait now, right? Because we're all in the same media sphere. Unfortunately, journalists are mixed in with influencers, and it's like, fuck, dude, it's so fucked up. You know? So,
And the medium wins every time. Elon Musk, 2 years after purchasing Twitter, said to his hundreds of millions of followers, quote,
it's an issue where I run into even with Loanerbox, like with some of his more drier content, or not dry, but it's like his more informative content, or things where he's talking about the Middle East and talking about policy and talking about history in detail. It's a really hard balance to strike where, like, how do I balance clickbaiting people with, like, actually being informative and reliable and good, you know? And like, like, I remember one of the most of the time I don't clickbait off of when it's like a serious thing, or I try not to. But like, yeah, you try to come up with a headline that evokes emotion, right? You know, because you're trying to, you know, there are people who look for that straight journalism, and they will always click on that. Well, not journalism, that straight, like, coverage, that straight commentating and into going deep diving into the history and doing research. There are people who will always click on that. But when you're trying to reach a larger audience, there is some level of, like, emotional, like, what's it called? Like, catfishing. I almost feel like you have to do emotional catfishing, where, like, you have to tap into the emotions of people to get them to click on things. I've learned that on YouTube, people love big faces on thumbnails. They love to see large faces on thumbnails, and I'm still not the best at following that for my own channel, you know? I really could make faces much bigger. People love seeing close-ups on expressions. I've learned that people love seeing like certain words in all caps. Um, I remember watching, I was cutting up a video for Box, and it was like him covering Netanyahu speaking at the UN. And I was like, how am I going to get people to watch this? Nobody wants to watch this. So I like photoshopped like a sock puppet onto Netanyahu's hand. And I was like, did he bring a puppet like to the UN? And a bunch of people clicked on it just for that. Or there was one where I like photoshopped it to look like Mehdi Hassan and ContraPoints were both on Piers Morgan at the same time, and like a bunch of people clicked on that too. But I don't do that very often. It's like, it's like but yeah, it's like I don't do that very often. But the Netanyahu one was one of my favorite like thumbnails I've ever done, where I photoshopped a sock puppet onto his hand, and I was like, yeah, he's at the UN with a sock puppet. Like, nobody would believe this, but a whole bunch of people clicked on it because they believed it briefly. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard. And I'm just speaking from the perspective of somebody who used to like stream a lot. I used to stream like 7 days a week, and like somebody who used to like, I used to cut up my own videos and put them up, and now I'm doing it for other people, and it's hard. It's a hard balance to strike. So
You
yeah.
are the media.
And certainly, and again, photoshopping Netanyahu with a sock puppet on his hand is not something I would normally do, but like I felt very desperate in that situation. I was like, nobody's gonna click on this with Netanyahu's. Nobody's gonna click on this with Netanyahu front and center, and like his face is super big. Nobody's gonna click on this. I have to make it absurd. Pic of Netanyahu yelling with he's mad and big yellow text next to his head. I mean, that kind of works, but still, you have to put, sometimes you have to put a little absurdity in there. I'm never doing that again though. I can't. Lonerbucks he really doesn't like when I do that. What's also really bad is I was so used to seeing commentary like Keemstar Sphere thumbnails for a long time, and so when I started doing thumbnails for Lonerbox, I was kind of at a loss for a little bit with some of the thumbnails, like what exactly to do. How do I merge these two things? And I have like a whole folder of like rejected thumbnails where they were just like a little bit too out there for Lonerbox, which one day I'll do like a presentation of them on Lonerbox's stream. But
now. And he's the one who repopularized the Latin term vox populi, vox dei, the voice of the people is the voice of God. That is the doctrine that powers just about everyone in online media today. It underlies the doctrine that if enough people agree, it must be true, which is, of course, the posture of every personality-driven content operation on the internet today. Vox populi, vox dei, though, happens to be a phrase that early Christian theologians explicitly warned against. Alcuin of York wrote in a letter to Charlemagne in the year 7.
That's actually pretty interesting. Yeah, one thing I've noticed about people like Jeremy Boring, or even people like Lauren Southern, they have like way more theological background than I do. Like I know nothing about like Christianity and Christian thought throughout the years and through the decades and through the centuries, but Leonard could give lectures about the Middle East. He knows more than most professors. Yeah, I'll say one thing is I'm really glad to work, with Lonerbox, and I think I'll say like I don't think I could work with a content creator that I feel like wasn't at the top of their game, and I really do think Lonerbox is. And I really think Lonerbox knows what he's talking about. Like, he really does. And he presents as unbiased of a view as he can when it comes to talking about, like, history and stuff like that. And And then he'll give his opinion, you know? But like, I just think, I don't know. I have to be able to respect the people that I edit for, you know, and I really do respect Lonerbox quite a bit. And he doesn't give himself enough credit, and he hates it. He hates it when any of us like praise him a whole lot. He especially hates it when I do it, I'm pretty sure. He's seen some of the tweets that I've made where I'm like just like being very supportive of him, and he's like, don't do that. I'm like, okay. All right. But he really does deserve more recognition. So.
198, quote, "Nor are those to be listened to who say the voice of the people is the voice of God. For the riotousness of the crowd is always close to madness." Just so. The American founders had a much more sophisticated view of the relationship between the voice of the people and the truth. They were neither pure populists nor pure elitists. They were lowercase r Republicans. So they built an institutional system in which different functions were assigned to different mechanisms, depending on which mechanism was best suited to which function. For elections, they were largely populist. For the judiciary, they were largely elitist. For amending the Constitution, they were elitist about the threshold. For juries, they were populist about the composition and elitist about the procedure.
Clickbaits are making everyone angry and crazy. I do agree with you. There is one bit of like hope I can give to you though. They've done like studies on what types of thumbnails, what kind of emotions you can tap into that generate the most clicks. And yes, while anger is like one of the top 3, the number one thing that will make people click is if they find the thumbnail and they find the title funny. Right? Which is kind of, it's hard to do. You can't really do that with news and journalism as much, but it is encouraging. Like if you're, well, yeah. And again, I don't do journalism. I work with a bunch of content creators, but it is encouraging to see that, okay, it's not anger that is the number one emotion that makes people click. It's actually humor. So that is hopeful. Star makes me angry and crazy. Sorry. I make a lot of people angry and crazy though. But it's weird the way that I do it by like just being boring, you know? I do it by being boring and people get really mad at me. But that's the anti-fan sphere, right? So
the voice of the people was decisive for some things. It was deliberately filtered for others. You see, some functions are just not well performed by the crowd. And determining what actually happened in a complicated news story turns out to be one of them. Now, the argument here isn't that the people are stupid. On the contrary, the argument is that the crowd, however intelligent its individual members, is just not structured to perform the kind of patient, verified, adversarial truth-finding that real...
You seem to make women angry by existing. It's funny. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That dude used to watch me. Like, he watched me for like 2 years straight, obsessively. And, yeah, I don't know what to say. He still never answered my question.
Journalism requires. The crowd is structured to produce the loudest claims, the most emotionally satisfying claims, the claims that confirm what the crowd already believes. That's what is meant by the crowd. If you want truth, though, well, if you want truth, you build institutions that are deliberately designed not to be crowds. You staff them with professionals who are trained to put aside their own preferences in service of the work. You build internal systems that catch the claims that don't survive scrutiny. And you give the institutions enough independence that they can actually publish things their own audience won't like.
Bro, I can't with Hassan. Okay, look at this. Barry Weiss is an asset for the genocidal apartheid state of Israel and should be tried in The Hague. Bro. I don't like Barry Weiss either, but this is a little, but she's more of a Trump asset than anything else. I shouldn't say that, actually. No, you know what? I'm not going to say anything. I'm not saying anything. This one I'm going to stay out of. This one I'm going to stay out of. Dude. Fuck. I want to, but I'm not going to. I want to, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to. Okay. Never mind. Back to this.
That's the model we used to have. That's the model that's been failing, both at the legacy institutions for the reasons that I've named and at most of what
I hate Hassan, by the way. Have I mentioned that I hate Hassan?
has replaced the legacy institutions. But the failure of the institutions does not mean the model is wrong. It means the institutions failed to live up to the model. The right
Democratic women are significantly more likely than Republican men to say they could win a fight with Donald Trump. Okay, and? She's terrible, not a journalist, but she's not committing war crimes. Yeah.
right response to that failure is to build new institutions that do live up to the model, not to abandon the model entirely in favor of pure crowdsourced commentary that has no journalistic standards at all. I've played a role in creating this modern media landscape. I've fought to democratize the news, to wrest control of information from the institutions who had forsaken their standards and weaponized the news itself against half the country. I'm proud of that work. I've also seen the temptations that accompany this new media we helped to create. I've seen the challenges of trying to compete in the everything, all the time, life in the fast lane, modern digital news cycle. I've seen it from the inside at some of the highest levels. Like so many of the great challenges of our time, this one exists at the
I think just Barry Weiss trying to stop that ICE documentary from going out really left a bad taste in my mouth. That's why I have a problem with her. I think she tried to stop that ICE documentary from going out, and I feel like that really was overstepping. So,
intersection of technological and cultural change. So what do we do? A diagnosis without a prescription is just a death sentence, or at least a cause for despair. But there isn't cause for
she's cut back on all of their foreign reporting resources. Really interesting.
despair, because there is a prescription. It's not an easy answer, so it won't go viral online.
Is there any proof of that? Her stopping it? Yeah, it was all over. It was all over the place. This happened like months and maybe even a year ago. I don't know, but her stopping that ICE report from going out, and then it got leaked later. But like, yeah, I really didn't like that.
It doesn't speak to the populist sentiment of our time. It isn't about how we're all right and they're all wrong. Quite the contrary. The answer is to realize that we're wrong. We're wrong to give in to the temptation that faces audiences in this new.
Tucker has done so much worse. I do agree with that. Tucker has done way worse. Absolutely. He's done way worse than Barry Weiss. I agree with you on that.
Information landscape. The temptation to believe that
Didn't it end up coming out? It ended up coming out only because it got leaked.
our problems are someone else's fault. Life has always been hard. Every generation has had to face its own unique set of hardships, and the only way you overcome them is to overcome them. If you believe you're simply the victim of the information environment we've all been handed, then you will be the victim of it. But the lie machine has no purchase on a person who's decided to take responsibility for what they believe and to do the work of figuring out what's true. It's not enough to trust a personality online or to accept that low adrenaline rush that accompanies someone confirming our priors. No, we have to apply universal, falsifiable standards to the information we're given. We have to be our own editors. Now, for those of us in the business, we have an additional responsibility. We have to build new systems premised on the wisdom of the old systems, but restructured and recalibrated in light of the failures of the old media. We have to be willing to wait for information, not just to immediately coalesce around whatever narrative framing is in vogue with our political tribe. Fast framing is an effective tool for influencers and politicians, but it's less effective for audiences and voters.
So we probably didn't need to watch this entire thing, but I did like this video, so I didn't mind watching it again. So yeah, he basically confirms that George Farmer was arrested, that Candace Owens is lying about George Farmer's arrest and that it not happening. Let's move on to this drama. So Candace Owens, after this video comes out, she says, Somebody says Jeremy Boring is Ted Bundy doing a Mr. Rogers impression. Candace Owens quote tweets that and says, "This is the most accurate description of Jeremy Boring I've ever heard. He is a literal deranged stalker. No one should ever forget that after firing me, he sent an intern on a plane to follow me to Texas. He sued Brett Cooper because she wore a blue shirt." And then I need to find where's and then she did a video on Jeremy Boring, and we're gonna watch that. She did a video on Twitter about it. May 4th. May 5th. Here it is. The Daily Wire and 3 years of harassment.
Okay, I've actually never done this like new live situation on X, so I hope it works. I guess I can wait a second here, but I'm just gonna assume that it's live. Yeah, I see that it is live. Great. I have time tonight, and I just want to walk you guys through everything that's been going on at the Daily Wire, culminating in Jeremy Boring's just complete lie that he told tonight. I knew we were going to get there. We have kind of been trying to fish them out for a while. We knew, obviously, that they were behind this drive or at least I should say, we very much suspected that since the same lawyers that they had privately suing me in arbitration court for the last 2 years are the same lawyers that were suing Brett Cooper in arbitration court, the same lawyer that is now representing Brian Harpole in this case. We had received a ton of tips that, and obviously been publicly said, sue her regarding.
So Brian Harpole, just so you guys don't know, just in case you guys don't know, Brian Harpole, I believe, works for TPUSA. Yes, he does. And he is suing Candace Owens. Basically, Brian Harpole was the former security chief of Charlie Kirk. And I guess Candace Owens accused him of being linked to Charlie Kirk's killing. He's suing her for defamation. And apparently he's being represented by the same lawyer who represents the Daily Wire.
Erica Kirk and Jeremy.
And I mean, look, what do you expect, Candace? You make horrible claims about people. You're getting sued by, like, the Macrones, and you're getting sued by Brian Harpole. You just make defamatory statements about everybody and think you can just, like, get away with it. It's just insane.
Dressing up this, hey, I have this piece of information that we had learned that George got arrested, basically just sharing Laura Loomer's report. You have no idea how much this just triggered me, because just first and foremost, to get to at the heart of what they're trying to do, they have been desperately trying to destroy me and trying to destroy my family for about 3 years now since they fired me. And I'm going to go back and tell you the story of the things that they have done.
So she alleges a bunch of things that seem like pretty, like, crazy behavior on the part of Daily Wire. Like, they seem very litigious, right? I'm sure there's a little bit of truth to them being very litigious, but I'm sure also there's a lot of truth to her being crazy. We can all see it, right?
But in this particular circumstance, they don't know what has happened.
By the way, Laura Loomer, on top of fighting with Candace Owens, is now fighting with MTG. Anyways.
They have been trying to draw blood for years, and they now have Laura Loomer, who, what they're largely trying to insinuate and what Jeremy says there is people should dig. You know, we heard this report and we didn't do anything when we heard this report, but people should dig and follow Laura Loomer to see. I don't know if George was guilty of this crime. He's kind of caging this. I don't know if George did this DUI or if he was charged, but we were approached about this, and we made the noble decision not to say anything until Candace attacked Erica Kirk. It's the most despicable, dishonest narrative, first and foremost. Again, what it does to my soul when people who did not like Charlie Kirk, Jeremy, and Ben Shapiro are now using him as a shield, his family as a shield, so that they can just do what they've been doing for the last 3 years while Charlie Kirk was perfectly alive and actually backing me up when they began this pursuit of my family. He was there for me throughout it. There is just a level of sinister dishonesty that these people have. I actually can say that I don't have the vocabulary to express how I feel about their nature and their truly evil nature. So yeah, employ what they're trying to get at the end of what he's saying there as well is like, hey, Laura Loomer is suggesting, and he's now suggesting that my husband and I, and this is categorically false. I cannot say it enough. Paid off someone. She has been saying that he was involved in a DUI hit and run. She is saying that, and they are doubling down and saying that this took place and that George and I, implying that George and I may have paid someone off and then lied.
I do have to say, one thing I have to give Candace props for, and something I gave her props before she left the Daily Wire for, is that she is an incredible orator. Just incredible. I mean, for her to go live on Twitter just randomly and just to be able to like spew off all of this shit, just incredible talent. And I wish I had, like, one thing I always looked at when I looked at female commentators who were really good at asserting themselves and really good at kind of like dominating the room and not letting anybody like dominate them, you know. I feel like Candace Owens was somebody I always looked at, and I was so like, she uses her powers for evil, but she is incredibly talented. She's hot. She's an incredible orator. She knows how to argue with people. Like, I just get, you know, I'm just, she's, with the exception of her not being able to pronounce very common words, like, she's still very, very talented, and she's using her powers for evil, you know? But I did always aspire to develop skills like that at some point.
To the federal government.
I highly doubt I will, ever. But it would be nice if one day I were able to develop skills like Candace Owens could.
So that his record was clean as he was an immigrant. So let's interpret this the way that it is and understand why we are not going to fight fire with full fire. What they are saying, what they are hoping, this is a full-blown conspiracy theory, is that the conspiracy theory proves true and that they are successful in breaking up my family, because it would be a crime. Make no mistake. If we paid someone off to make a brandishing weapon crime of crime of the century go away, and then we lie.
You know, her lies led to like Tim Pool having somebody show up outside his like place and like fire shots and stuff. So I mean, like, she's dangerous.
On our immigration docs, his immigration would be revoked. My family would be split up. Again, it's a fantasy novel. It's not true, but the fact that they were willing to bet on that and hope that it's true means that we are really getting to, I guess, a level of demented that I guess the world is actually can see, because you have Ben Shapiro right now calling for a bombing in Iran. People are going, what is wrong with him? This is how they are. They will eventually pull you into the depths of just their hatred. They have a hatred that you can't hit upon. They fired me and they have not been able to let me go for 3 years. So let me tell you the true story of what Jeremy Boring is referring to. No, Jeremy Boring did not do me and my family any favors. It is the exact opposite. They have been the people driving this campaign against my husband behind the scenes, and we have been aware of that since August of 2024, when we were contacted by the New York Post, by a reporter who had done a ton of articles in support of Ben Shapiro. We know how this works. We're not new to this. So first and foremost, it has been very obvious to me that Ben has some sort of whether it's diagnosed, I don't know, or a diagnosis.
Look at this projection, by the way. She's about to call Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring schizophrenic. And you know, like, I feel like Candace Owens she knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing. She's making hella money, you know? Somebody asked me if, like, I think she's actually crazy. Maybe some part of her has convinced herself that, like, the lies are true. Some part of her has convinced her just for her to be able to convincingly do this, right? But she's not crazy in the sense of like being actually schizophrenic, right? Because we would see other signs. We would see her not being able to take care of herself. We would see her hair being a mess. Maybe she's not wearing jewelry. Maybe her clothes aren't on right or something. You know, you would see other signs. you wouldn't see her makeup on fleek. You know, her makeup is quite literally on fleek. Yeah, if she were truly like schizophrenic, and even a high functioning schizophrenic, like, I feel like we would see other signs. So she knows what she's doing, and she's probably partly convinced herself like some of these things are true. Or she's playing a character and she's convincing herself that the character is real. But it's just insane. Now she's calling Ben Shapiro and Jeremy boring schizophrenic.
Mental disorder. Something happened after October 7th, and Ben began demonstrating what I would say was exuding characteristics of schizophrenia, like truly.
Sorry, guys, my on-screen chat was frozen. I didn't realize. So if you guys were talking, sorry. Now you guys are caught up. Sorry about that. I don't know why it does that. Sometimes it does that, and I'm like, nobody's saying anything. I wonder what happened.
Paranoid schizophrenia, where he started making accusations against me that were just not true. There was not a shred of truth to this. And Jeremy, because he had spent tens of millions of dollars on Pendragon and it was a financial disaster, I believe he privately began telling Ben that these conspiracies that he was coming up with were true. Namely, Ben believed truly, and Jeremy said that he believed it too, that I was devising some secret plot with Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson to bring down the Daily Wire. I was brought into an office after Ben stood up on a table and called me a faux sophisticate, and I was like, what's going on? And they basically wanted me to apologize to Ben for him having insulted me. And then because during that week I had gone on to Tucker Carlson for an appearance that had been planned before Ben got on the table, he somehow in his head thought that it meant that me and Tucker Carlson were plotting against him. I don't know how Nick Fuentes got into the scenario, but they brought me into a room and they questioned me, and I didn't know what to say. I was genuinely 9 months pregnant, and I was so shocked that they even thought this was a plausibility that I was just disturbed by even the insinuation. Obviously, it was not true. I didn't even, at that time, Nick Fuentes wasn't even on social media. He was on like Cozy or something like that, and I was not watching his show at all. And I had only spoken to Nick Fuentes once in my life pertaining to Kanye West about 2 years earlier, and I told them that I was forthcoming and honest. Anyway, when I was fired, my firing docs consisted of, I think it was about 35 points for firing, and all of it read like one long paranoid schizophrenic rant. The first like 5 pages were pictures of Groyper tweets, meaning obviously that they still believed that the conspiracy theory was true and that somehow I was working with Groypers. There was not a
I mean, the Groypers had a history, like Nick Fuentes had a history of harassing not just Charlie Kirk. Like what's crazy to me is that Nick Fuentes had and the Groypers had such a history of harassing Charlie Kirk at various events, and they harassed Ben Shapiro as well. So like this didn't come from nowhere. The Groypers showed up at events and would harass people. And it's so weird to me that when all of that happened, people, when Charlie Kirk passed away, everybody conveniently forgot that Nick Fuentes and his group were some of the biggest harassers of Charlie Kirk.
Of proof to this. So among their reasons was Groypers. I think they themselves were the ones that leaked to TMZ that part of the reason was because when I went on Fresh and Fit, they have money that comes in. And I guess when they were talking about Ben Shapiro, there was a register sound, like a cash register sound. I don't know if that's unique to Rumble, if that's a DJ sound. I had never done this show before. In fact,
that's a sound I remember from not just Nick Fuentes in his chat, but also from Ethan Ralph, I believe, had a little cash register sound whenever he'd get like a super chat.
I was given the opportunity to go on the show from the Daily Wire. The PR person said, Fresh and Fit contacted, you want to do this? I said, sure. And that was a part of the reason I was fired, because of a ka-ching sound effect, which they said was anti-Semitic. These are all, I just want you guys to understand.
I mean, that is like the signature effect from those guys' show.
And these
so.
are all real reasons that I was fired. I had no idea that Fresh
Sound
and Fit,
effect.
and the noises went on and on in the background the whole time during when they talked about other people, Christians as well. This was part of the reasons. Ben had registered that as an intentional hit against Jews.
What, you're not going... Are we going to pretend that hating Jews was not a huge part of Fuentes's, like, bit? You know, it was like they do it like that's just a huge part of their culture. She pretends to not know. It rang every time she mentioned Jews. Okay.
I'm just thinking of recent off the top of my head, crazy when I tell you like ramblings. Justin Amash, who was a former congressman, had tweeted that he lost his family in the.
I was just talking about
there were
Fresh
some
and Fit. Fresh and Fit are absolutely anti-Semitic.
bombings. The IDF had bombed a church. It was, I think I'm saying it wrong, but St. Porphyrius Church. And I tweeted to him and I said, I'm so sorry that you lost your family. It was one of the reasons listed that I got fired. And the reason that they explained was because I should have said, when I said, I'm sorry that you lost your family, that, but I should have said, but, you know, the IDF, this is really the fault of Hamas. I'm giving you, like, there was not one reason that I actually did something, that I actively did something. It was all like that. What I could have done, what I should have done, and what they perceived was the majority of it was a Graper conspiracy.
Yeah.
So I can just...
Like, they had every right to be wary of that and be on edge. The Groypers have infiltrated successfully a lot of different spaces. They infiltrated the Fresh and Fit space. They tried to infiltrate, like, Destiny space. They tried to infiltrate a bunch of other content creator spaces. I mean, you see, like, a lot of these online words being used by, like, right-wing organizations now, like ICE, talking about doxing. Oh, we don't want our ICE agents to show their faces because they can get doxed. Since when has a organization, like, similar to the police, ever used the word doxed or talked about getting doxed? You know? Like, we've got Groypers in mainstream right-wing faces now. So, while Nick Fuentes himself may not ever be viable, he's always going to be uber canceled everywhere. His influence is there. He's got his tendrils everywhere, you know? Yeah, JD Vance also falls for some of that stuff, too. They've like made a lot of nasty shit really public. Not public, really mainstream.
Right off the bat, Nick Fuentes, major win, 100%, fully in their heads. I had no communication with you. Nonetheless, we agreed to separate, and they sent this thing, and they wanted me to pay them. I almost laughed. I was about to hit the stage at Turning Point USA, and I almost laughed at the insinuation that they sent me a schizophrenic ramblings for what my offenses were, and on top of that, they wanted me to pay them.
They definitely infiltrated Turning Point, and Fuentes bragged about it. JD falls for some of the nonsense. I mean, I will never get over JD Vance. His wife, he's getting criticized for his wife not being white by the Groypers. And an interviewer asked him on, like, one of these TV programs, you know, you've got a lot of people who are criticizing you for having a wife that's not white. And his response, I shit you not, was like, oh, I know Usha isn't white, but I just love my wife. I just love Usha. Like, I'm sorry. Chat. Like, what? What? Like, that's your response? Oh, I know Usha isn't white, but I just love her. I just love Usha. That's your wow. That's your response. Like, as if that's, like, I know she's not white, but why are you giving them why are you even responding, bro? Why are you even responding? Oh, I know she's not white, but I just love my wife. Like, I would throttle him. If I were married to him, I would throttle him. He might not, I don't know, yeah. Like, what? That's, she's not white, but I just love her. Like, as if that's a flaw of hers. As if her not being white is a flaw. Why? Why would you say that? Why would you even say it like that? Why even acknowledge it? Just be like, I don't want to even respond to that. Like, oh, I know she's not white, but I just love Ucha. I would kill him. I would kill him. If I were his wife, oh, maybe I wouldn't kill him, but I would throttle him. He wanted a white one, but he loves her. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's so much better, guys. Thank you. Thank you. When I would be in those, or whenever I get raided by groypers or neo-Nazis or whatever, another thing they always do is like, you're brown, like as if it's an insult to me. I'm like, yeah. Like, you're brown, you're fat and you're brown, okay? Like, never heard that one before.
For violating, I don't know, somebody's thoughts. I don't know, violating.
They don't like any. Oh, I'm well aware. You are not used to. I used to get, and I still get raided. But I'll like get brigaded by neo-Nazis pretty frequently. I used to get brigaded by them all the time years ago, but these days it's not as often. It's usually if I make somebody really mad on Twitter, but used to be much more often. So I'm well aware.
Groyper, I don't even know what it was, and I basically said to my lawyers, I'm not paying them a dime, and I'm going to publish this entire thing online so people can see what this company actually is. And at that point, we had agreed that that would be best not to do that. They agreed to pay me out, I think, until the end of the year. I don't remember what the exact estimation was, and we would go away and say nothing about each other. And we would both just say a statement, and I was very content with that.
I wonder if they ask Usha about marrying a white man. No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Because at that point, I thought that they were completely deranged. I thought Bennett had a mental break, and I didn't want anything to do with the company. So there was no further step that needed to.
This is the other lie she tells, is that she doesn't want anything to do with the company. She left or whatever.
Done on my part. Obviously, you guys know what happens next. Andrew Klavan posts the Christ is King video within 48 hours after we signed this agreement, and it completely backfires. And they end up losing tens of thousands of subscribers over this planned attack. And we obviously, on my side, were like, didn't we just sign an agreement that the employees wouldn't talk trash to each other, that I wouldn't say anything about the employees, they wouldn't say anything about me? And they kind of came back and said, ha, 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 tricky clause. Andrew Klavan's actually a carve-out. He's not technically an employee. He's contracted, and he's protected. So they maneuvered it so that they could still hit me and smear me, but if I responded, I would get sued. Despite this, because of the Christ is King scandal, I still got sued. So they basically were suing to get the money back that we had agreed to separate. And their reasons for their claim, even though they had insulted me publicly, was that I had violated the
Did she not have a lawyer look over the contract?
NDA by responding to Andrew Klavan's video where he completely defamed me. He referred to me as anti-Semitic, Christ is King, the scandal he couldn't get over.
The Christ is King, if you don't know what it is, Christ is King is a thing that a lot of groypers would put in their bio, and it was something, it was almost like it's like a little slogan that a lot of them would say to each other. It's like their little, it would be their thing where they, it would be their thing where they, yeah, it's their slogan, it's their catchphrase. They would just say it over and over again, you know, in different spaces, Christ is King, and that would be their thing, right? And then, you know, it seems pretty innocuous, but then, but everybody knew it was like, that was their way of like signaling to each other, and other people picked it up, but like it's pretty well known as like a thing that groypers say to each other, you know? Yeah, it's a signifier. So she can play ignorant all she wants, but like there are certain things that groypers do that are signals to each other And the Crisis King catchphrase is basically one of those things, right? So
over, and Jeremy signed some thing saying we lost tens of thousands of subscribers because they insulted me. So I was being sued because of what they did to me, but they were able to construe this as disparagement by going through my likes. Okay. So when you're in arbitration court, it's a private court, right? You will try to get away with things. I'm learning this now, obviously, when you sign an agreement and you think everybody's normal, you don't predict that someone's going to have a mental break. You don't predict, you don't really know what an arbitration court is. I mean, I will say that, like, I have never been in arbitration court. I just thought it was sort of like, hey, we don't want to have a big messy fight. Let's agree that we're going to do this privately. I didn't realize this means that we can continue to stalk you for years and we can just keep bringing you back in here and say that you're violating a disparagement clause. And then it's going to be up to a judge who's going to have the sole power to decide whether that's right or wrong, right? There's no jury. No one's going to see it in the public. And that's ridiculous. And they just did this. They came up with a bunch of offenses, including likes. So the majority of this was like, if someone, I couldn't say anything to defend myself during this Crisis King thing, but if I liked someone saying, this is ridiculous, I can't believe the Daily Wire is doing this, how dare they drafted that into the lawsuit. Candace liked this tweet, and you get this old judge doesn't even know what a like is. Nobody looks at people's likes on X. This is when X had likes. And this became grounds for them to sue me for millions of dollars. Okay. So we went into arbitration court.
dude, the only reason I feel like my Frogan video essay was so successful was because I was able to go through her likes and find all of like the libelous, like all the blood libel likes that, you know, that all the tweets that were basically blood libel that she was liking, and the things that she was retweeting October 7th, you know, all of that. Like, Rapers co-opt relatively innocuous phrases and images to make themselves seem less insane and more popular than they actually are. They also bought. They heavily bought. And there was a study, it was a study that came out a few months ago that shows that they bought. And you can tell it. Anytime I had interactions with Lily Gaddis, you remember Lily Gaddis? Anytime I had interactions with her, she would heavily, like, whenever, like, yeah, her likes would be heavily botted. And then I would get replies, like, from hundreds of bots, and it was like some of the nastiest shit too. You can tell it's botted.
And we're duking this out, and when this is happening,
I refuse to let them take minion memes from me. Okay, that's my thing.
We receive some sort of an understanding, and this, I'm going to get documents from our lawyers. I had to send them a note today.
By the way, I'm so surprised that Lily Gaddis has lasted as long as she has in the Groyper sphere, because that sphere fucking hates women. The last person who was a prominent female in that space was Brittany. And Brittany gets trolled by them and gets dunked on by them and just gets bullied by them all the time. And I'm so surprised that Lily Gaddis is still like functioning in that space somehow. I don't know, but Brittany who? I don't know her last name. Her name was Brittany, and she was like a panel host or whatever, so.
That they were simultaneously trying to find and dig in through me and George's life to try to find things that would embarrass us, and or a private investigator of sorts or whatever. And we were like, okay, fine. We live our lives very nobly. We have nothing to hide. You have to realize this is 2024. And
not Brittany Venti. I know Brittany Venti interacted with them at some point and thought they were memeing when they were saying stuff about like women not being involved in politics and women not being in like public or whatever. She thought they were memeing. This was years and years ago. She was never like a super prominent member of them or anything. She just interacted with them at some point, I think. And when she found out that they were not memeing, when they were not joking, she was like, oh, I'm out. So
when we were in France, I think it was in France, that's when we got the call from the New York Post. The New York Post called us and they said, and this is literally a writer who always was writing on behalf of Ben Shapiro in all of these wars, online wars that were happening, these court cases raging on. And he says, we have this document and it proves that George was got a DUI charge, blah, blah. This is going through our PR agent. Our PR agent says that didn't happen. George was never charged for a DUI. And this report that you have doesn't exist. It says that he has black hair. The New York Times never runs it. And we never hear from the New York Post, pardon me. We never hear from them again. At the same time, this was literally a blessing from God as we're fighting them in court. Brett Cooper pulls her contract and they call my lawyer. We found out from the Daily Wire because they were so paranoid. Matt Sarlson, their lawyer, believed the shadows on the wall were real. They believed that we were plotting things, we were working with Brett Cooper. No such thing was true. I actually was not close to Brett Cooper when I worked at the Daily Wire. I had done a couple of things with her, like we did this skit in London, and I think she had come on my show, I had done her show, but we shot at totally different times and we just didn't get to see each other. So we maybe truly hung out like 5 times the whole time I was at the Daily Wire. And so when this happened and we found out from their lawyer, because he was so convinced, Matt Sarlson, that we had something to do with it, that he told us, we were absolutely shocked. I called Brett, got the inside scoop, obviously.
somebody teach me. Somebody tell me how to learn to speak like Candace Owens. She just off the cuff goes live and speaks for like 30 to 40 minutes straight. No pauses, nothing. I mean, maybe she has a teleprompter here. She is really good at reading a teleprompter, but she's also really good off the cuff. She really is. Somebody teach me this. I promise I won't use the powers for evil. I promise I will not use them for evil.
I was like, what the heck? You pulled your contract. And our reasons were completely related to Jeremy. It had nothing to do with anything that was happening, obviously, between me and Ben, anything that's happening with Israel. It was generally, everyone knows Jeremy Boring is a creep, and those were her reasons. And then he got extra creepy and tried to basically do what he was doing to me, what him and Ben were doing to me, to Brett Cooper, except she was like a 22-year-old. Same exact methodology. They started looking through her likes. You might remember that there was this random article that was written about her. And I had all the markings. I saw it happening to her about her liking a post. And so this, what is her name? Alyssa Cordova was basically tasked with stalking us. So if you commented on YouTube, they would pull this into a lawsuit. They would call this disparagement. They would bring these things and they would have people write articles about what you
the eternally persecuted, right?
liked. That's where the entire narrative of Candace liked.
James Lindsay is much better at this, and he talks about philosophy and stuff. I mean, there are a lot of talented people at this, but like, I guess my perspective on this is that I've seen Candace Owens in conversations with multiple other people, and I've never seen her get steamrolled. She's very good. She's very good at what she does. And it's I feel like there's a little bit of a different obstacle when you are a female, right? So not very conservative to victimize yourself. She's like a girlfriend telling you about office politics. I mean, isn't that me? Like, I feel like that's what I am. Like, you guys tune in to watch me talk about gossip on like far right new media people and far right like influencers and stuff. Like, why even watch me? I'm literally that's the experience you get from me. Is like the girl that you know who's just like talking about stuff you don't care about, but whatever. Sorry, do you think she's reading? You can see the reflection in her eyes. Oh, really? You think so then either if she's reading, then she's also probably a really good writer, right? Like
A tweet about Jews drinking Christian blood came from. It came from me liking a tweet of somebody defending me against Rabbi Shmuley.
And how long did it take her to write up this thing that she is spewing out? You know, you are not like her. She's disgusting. Well, I know I'm not like her. I know I'm not like her. I mean, I'm like the experience of like listening to a girl talk about the things that you don't really care about. Like I'm kind of like that, but I'm not like her, as in I'm not a rabid anti-Semite, and I'm not like a manipulative person.
Again,
So.
something that I didn't do. But they ignored that part, and then he said, are you drunk on Christian blood or something? And then they ran with that, and they made that like front page news. Also, I believe that was one of the reasons that I got fired, because they had them run the article and then
Well, yeah, I mean that's blood libel, actually.
say that I caused them embarrassment or something like that. It was totally insane over a like. Anyway, to fast forward through this, they I guess couldn't fight a two-front war, and Jeremy was then super focused on destroying Brett Cooper and this master plot to get her best friend to take over. The best friend obviously is not very talented and had agreed that she was gonna, like, that was who Brett Cooper was confiding in. I'm sorry, Brett, for putting your business on the streets, about why she wanted to leave. That was her actual friend at the Daily Wire, and this girl had, been essentially a shoulder for Brett Cooper to cry on, and was like, yeah, you can do it. I'm going to leave with you. This is my understanding. And then Jeremy decided to go to her and offer her more money than he had ever paid Brett Cooper, to take her spot.
Why she lost her lawyer? Yeah, I could imagine
because he wanted her to suffer. That's the reality of what happened. She just wanted to quit her job. He wanted her to suffer. And then after that happened, and the public, just by kind of picking up on vibes, correctly figured out what was going on, and were like, wait a second, are they trying to like do this weird thing with her best friend? They obviously...
Basically, there were YouTube comments saying to Brett Cooper, if you sign an NDA, write like or wear like a blue shirt or whatever. And she wore a blue shirt, and that's what they're suing her over. But like, I don't know if if there's more to that, I imagine there's more to that. I very rarely take Candace at her word.
Sued Brett Cooper. One of the reasons, just so you understand, when I say that arbitration court allows people to abuse people, and again, I am going to pre-apologize to Brett Cooper for putting this on the streets, but I think it's really important for people to understand what the Daily Wire is, because they are truly sadistic, they are truly psychopathic, and they will never stop. There is nothing that will stop them, and they want destruction, like what Ben is calling for. They don't care if everybody dies. Like they truly, I think Ben was probably warmed on Easter morning when Trump tweeted that an entire civilization would die tonight. Like that's the kind of stuff that's how they behave.
I highly doubt that he was warned about that.
So they pretend that they're these gentlemen, and obviously I'm not referring to the other talent there, but I am referring specifically to Jeremy and Ben Shapiro. There is a very dark side to them that disturbs me. And when it came to Brett...
A very dark side to them, guys. There's a very dark side to them.
And the stalking of her and the exact same mechanisms. They sued her because on her last day of work, she wore a blue shirt. And her last day of work, she wore a blue shirt. That is one of the reasons that they wanted to sue this girl into what would have been bankruptcy, because she didn't have any money. But Brett was not getting paid the money that I was getting paid for Daily Wire, right? They had got her when she was really young. I think she was making initially something like $75K, whatever, like an employee they were trying to show him that it really worked out. And so they were suing her for wearing a blue shirt. And I guess what happened was that, unbeknownst to Brett, before her last episode, somebody had commented, because they stalk your comments, and said, if you have an NDA, wear a blue shirt. And on her last day, she happened to wear a blue shirt. It's also the color that most people wear 3 times a week. And so they sued her for it, because then the internet, I guess, created...
I imagine that there's more to that story. It may be true that the Daily Wire is very litigious. I believe it, but I'm sure there's more to that story than Candace is letting on.
I don't know if it was Reddit or whoever it was said, oh my God, she wore a blue shirt. She has an NDA. She can't talk. And so that became the grounds for Jeremy to try to bankrupt Brett. And I wouldn't have that. Once I knew what was going on, I was willing to have them, smear me as an anti-Semite. I was willing, which they did obviously tenfold, to chase me.
It's not a smear when you're actually an anti-Semite. Like your husband has been a huge influence on you. Like ever since she got married, she's become more and more anti-Semitic. She is very clearly an anti-Semite. Like she's playing ignorant over like blood libel tweets and stuff, and implying like horrendous things about Jewish figures. Like
from here
She and Kanye were on that shit a long time ago. Yeah, she was. Yeah.
here to Australia, getting their Zionist network to attack me and to ruin my life and to go after
Their Zionist network. See, like, you can't even hide the anti-Semitism. You can't even hide it. The Zionist network. Okay. What? Network of Jewish people coming after you? What? Okay. Implying that Charlie Kirk was murdered because he disagreed with Netanyahu on Israel. He was starting to see the light, and that he was murdered by Mossad or whatever. Like, and then when that didn't stick, she started saying it was the French involved too. The French and the Israelis like got together and did it. Like,
my YouTube channel. I mean, I dealt with all of it, but I really had to draw a line at Brett Cooper. She's not involved in speaking about those kinds of politics. This is a girl that genuinely wanted to just get married and leave her job. And so I decided to, be a big sister and defend her on my show and say that Brett was not an anti-Semite. When Jeremy did a video speaking about her, I used my platform to defend her, knowingly one time that it would violate my contract and that, of course, they would sue me again, and sue me again they did. This time they sued me for a ton of things, and again, making psychic arguments in court on the list. And it was a birthday present from Jeremy to himself. He double sued me and Brett, actually. And listed were all sorts of psychic arguments. Every YouTuber that had made videos about Brett Cooper were put into this lawsuit. Their conspiracy this time was I wasn't working with grifters, but I was.
I'm gonna be real. I don't even know what that means. Like, I'm with Tucker on that one. I have no fucking idea what the Egyptian planes are supposed to be.
Working with YouTubers. I will name one YouTuber who I absolutely was not working with, who was making organic videos about what was going on with Brett, who I had to contact because he was going to have to get drafted into court. The Quartering was one such person. I can't remember the name of the other people, but it was basically.
The Quartering is in his own trouble now, isn't he?
Groiper 2.0, but this time featuring YouTubers that I had never spoken to, who I had to introduce myself to because I needed them to come to court because they wanted $300,000 for every infraction. And every infraction meant if I liked a video that a YouTuber made, if I commented and said, this is great, and they found the video that they made to be disparaging toward the Daily Wire, they wanted the court to find reason to bankrupt me. And to be clear, it's actually against the law to do that, to use NDA, non-disparagement clauses, to effectively force people out of the market. But in arbitration court, you're actually allowed to break the law. All they have to say is that they believe that these two people understood the contract when they signed it. And even if it goes against Tennessee law, they can break the law. So even like they can bankrupt you in arbitration court. There's nothing you can do about it. So that began round 2 of being sued by the Daily Wire, and
I don't understand what law is being broken.
Part of that also, and again, I'm giving you there was always a very long list of likes and things that I did that I didn't know that they were just stalking me across every platform.
But basically, you guys can see how crazy this argument turned, right? Like, it went from Candace Owens stalking and harassing Erica Kirk, Laura Loomer, her crazy ass getting involved because she is crazy. She has been hospitalized for being crazy. Her finding George Farmer's old DUI records and posting the mugshot and then posting that he had a DUI. Then Jeremy Boring, somebody asked him about it and he's like, yes, her husband did have a DUI. I don't know what happened with that. I didn't comment on it and I have no idea. But him also saying that Candace Owens was claiming that she I guess got laid off or whatever. I fired her. And now it's gone from that to Candace Owens now was so upset by it, that she is claiming that the Daily Wire is extremely litigious, extremely abusive, stalking her, harassing her. And meanwhile, this is very hypocritical because she's been doing all of this to Erica Kirk in a very dedicated manner, right? She is the number one person who is responsible for all of the harassment that Erica Kirk has gotten and that TPUSA has gotten. And the fact that they've had to lay off so many people, she is responsible for that. And she's crying when it's done to her, right? people haven't even began to do what you do to Erica Kirk on a regular basis, right? Yeah, I remember she said Egyptian planes were following Erica and Charlie around. Um, but somebody explained that was like a lot of that has to do with like it wasn't even them following them around. It was the different planes stop at different airports to refuel and get service done and all of that, right? So, and get repairs and stuff like that. So, nothing about don't like post shitting on us forces her out of the market. She said she was going to put out a list of the places the Egyptian planes and the Kirks were at the same place, but this was months ago and she never did. Yeah. She just discovered that planes have routes. Yeah.
But probably the wildest one was the psychic argument that, and
she's still implying that the ex-security officer for Charlie Kirk was part of the reason why he's dead, that he's like responsible for some inside job or something, you know, or she's implying it.
Psychic arguments, obviously. Like a psychic argument would be Brett.
And she's heavily implying that Erica is behind her own husband's death. Like she's got she goes live to like an insane amount of people every day, right? Tens of thousands of people watch her every day. And she goes live to them. And these people go on and are enabled by they're enabled by Candace Owens to go digging and harass them further, right? And she gets all of this information from her fans. People reach out to her, send her stuff, and they like go digging, and it's like she mobilizes her audience to harass people, like actually.
Knew she was wearing a blue shirt. A psychic argument would be that I had somehow put into the mind of Phil Turney, who I had on my show for the USS Liberty. I got sued for that. He shared a story, and at some point during his story, he addressed the camera, and he said to both Charlie Kirk and to Ben Shapiro that it was not a conspiracy theory and that the USS Liberty actually happened. Okay, who cares, right? Well, they wanted for me to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for him saying that statement because it was disparaging to Ben. And we played Ben in his own words just to like cover that, so that in case Phil was wrong and Ben didn't say that, we included a clip of what Ben actually did say. Didn't matter. They found that that they think that I induced Phil Turney to feel that way about Ben, and they wanted me to pay for allowing this man who has survived so much. He's like 76 years old. I was going to have to ask him to come into court to defend me against being bankrupted from the Daily Wire. Again, this is all happening when I'm trying to start my company and trying to go solo. And simultaneously, they're still running this game of trying to get the press to go after me, to go after my family. So when I say it has been a nonstop onslaught against my life, this is what I mean. And I do think it's time for us to share the documents so people can actually read the documents of what my family has lived through, because I feel like I should be doing a series like Surviving the Daily Wire. People don't understand what it's been like, and we have never played dirty back with them. We have everything they ever
never played dirty back with them. Okay.
Ever put together was a conspiracy theory in their own head. We don't play that way. We have genuinely, and I partially think that that's the reason why we've been protected by them, and why conclusions like even the Brett thing happening, which they thought was a big conspiracy and it wasn't. I also got questioned in court about Patrick Bet David. I mean, any conspiracy you can think of, I have been subjected to, because no one wanted to acknowledge that Ben was wrong when he got up on the table and called me faux sophisticate. So the conspiracy theories are getting wilder and wilder and wilder. But
I just think it's so ironic for her to be accusing other people of conspiracy theories when she has been on one of the most schizophrenic conspiracy theory like benders I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen anybody like man, dude, I have never seen a sane person do the amount of stretching that she has. I don't know. I love the Daily Wire clips about her. We're going to watch a clip compilation right after this, so.
Them trying to dress up like they morally have to do the right thing, and they want people to focus on finding out, which again I will say is categorically false, The idea that my husband and I would play politics to that degree, that we have that power. We don't know anybody here in Tennessee, Nashville, outside of the Catholic Church. That is our entire network. So just want to say that
Catholic Church is, pretty networked group. But I mean, look, I don't think she has a network other than her fans, but she's talking about people accusing her being part of a network. Meanwhile, she says that there's like a Zionist network working against her. So, I mean,
but this week has been a doozy. We knew it was Daily Wire because when Laura was pulling up certain documents, there were trusts that we had asked the Daily Wire to pay, like payments that only the Daily Wire would know existed. LLCs that we had asked the Daily Wire to pay that only the Daily Wire would have known existed. She was not finding this stuff on her own. And of course, she winked and kind of hinted at the timing that they were all coordinating this attack with Brian Harpole lawsuit, Matt Sarlson being the lawyer. He's retweeting her about my husband. And so it was very obvious to us, because we have lived this with the Daily Wire, because this has been just what our life has been for the last 3 years, that this was orchestrated by them. And this was kind of like Benny's last stand, with a nice ad from Jeremy, who is, it is difficult for you. Like I said, you could ask anybody that's worked with the Daily Wire, at the Daily Wire, outside of Michael Knowles, who gets along with anybody, what Jeremy is. He's just a malignant narcissist. He will always build himself a stage and will always pretend that he is moral and principled. I mean, he has tortured people for things that his niece did at the Daily Wire, people who work on my team today. The stories about Jeremy Boring, if you wanted to do a series, would be unceasing. But I do want to acknowledge something else, because he pretended that they were taking a moral principle and we don't know. We don't know if George Farmer was found guilty of a DUI. We don't know if he gave money. And we stayed out, but she's attacking a widow, as if they weren't trying to get this story out themselves behind the scenes, like I said, long before the Daily Wire ever got involved. But there is stories that have happened.
I'm sorry, what was that she just said?
Niece did at the Daily Wire, people who work on my team today. The stories about Jeremy Boring, if you wanted to do a series, would be unceasing. But I do want to acknowledge something else, because he pretended that they were taking a moral principle and we don't know. We don't know if George Farmer was found guilty of a DUI. We don't know if he gave money. And we stayed out, but she's attacking a widow, as if they weren't trying to get this story out themselves behind the scenes, like I said.
What is this about attacking a widow? Isn't she attacking a widow? I'm so confused.
Long before the Daily Wire ever got involved. But there is stories that have happened to the Daily Wire that they certainly did know, that were pertaining to their own employees, that happened just last year.
Okay, here's the big reveal. Here's the big thing she drops, okay? So she's like, these guys are going to come after me. She's like going to drop something nuclear here, okay? Get ready for it. It is actually fucking nuclear. If it's like, yeah, I don't even know how else to explain it. It's actually nuclear.
And that they were keen to knock it out to the public, and which I think people would care a lot more about than a DUI charge, because it involves pedophilia, and it's one of the most disgusting demonic stories that I've ever heard, and it pertains to their longtime employee named Zach Lewis. So Zach Lewis, and you should know, but he was employed and working with Bent Key Kids. That's kind of a crucial element. And they have tried to sort of disappear the story as they try and attempt to moralize. And of course, to be frank, had they not began these demonic attacks against my family over the last 2 weeks because their company is failing, I probably would have followed the philosophy that, it's not really a business and we stay away from the Daily Wire's.
So, okay. There's a bunch of issues here. Bent Key Studios, Zach Lewis. Okay. Is it Zach Lewis worked at Bent Key Studios? The very department responsible for the Daily Wire's children's programming. Okay, forget all of this, right? And I'm sure this is real, but she's saying that she wouldn't have said anything about Zach Lewis at the Daily Wire if they had not said stuff about her. So you would have just let this child predator do whatever he wants, or not even like do whatever he wants, but like let people skate for letting a child predator into their vicinity. Like, you would have just let him skate. Like, oh, we don't mess with the Daily Wire. That's your excuse. Like, what kind of, excuse me? What kind of person are you? She's confessing here that there's some really disgusting stuff happening, or something that happened really disgusting that happened with this Zach Lewis guy. And there's like a accusation of pedophilia here, and she is saying that she wouldn't have said anything, though. She wouldn't have said anything if they hadn't like come after her. So, I mean, that's the kind of person you are? Like, that's really fucking gross. But I'm not surprised, right? Because again, this is Candace Owens. This is somebody who teamed up with Andrew Tate and was fine with the fact that Andrew Tate like pimped out girls and like trafficked girls, just disgusting.
Business, because they just attack us, doing shows about us in the no, constantly doing that. We never hit back. We don't want to waste our time and our energy on this. But regarding Zach Lewis, because I really think it just shows you how these people attempt to moralize and attack other people's families when these are the things that they are surrounded by and hoping the public never finds out. Zach Lewis, like I said, is a longtime employee of theirs who works on the camera. And the report, which actually, kudos to you, Twitter actually approached the Nashville Police Department in January of 2025. So this is, Jeremy, when you were the CEO. So maybe, actually, I think if journalists want to dig into something, this might be the one that's more interesting, given our fascination with the manner in which it seems that people who support Israel will also protect the Epstein class of pedophiles. I just feel like...
excuse me, ma'am, you were protecting Andrew Tate like a year ago.
This might be a better and a stronger hook rather than going on a wild goose chase, which is going to be a wild goose chase, just so you know, because we absolutely did not pay anybody off and we absolutely did not lie on any of George's documents. You can state that, cut that, put it everywhere, go on a wild goose chase. I don't really care. It's known for the Daily Wire to do this sort of things. But on January 23rd, 2025, Metro Nashville Police Department, we had received a tip from Twitter, X, formerly Twitter, stating that they had accessed an account, Party Harbor, which is Zach Lewis, and I will say allegedly, but he's been arrested. He's been sitting in prison because he had sent a file containing child sexual abuse material. A search warrant for the contents of Party Harbor's account showed that child sex abuse of a minor file was a video depicting a prepubescent female child performing on a adult male's penis, prepubescent child. While he, and I'm going to use the word finishes on this, I will drop the report. The child sex abuse file was sent to a user who identified herself to the defendant. So he has this file of a child doing this and then sent it to a 16-year-old female who identified herself as a 16-year-old female. After learning the age of the defendant, that Zach Lewis also requested and received a nude video of her, the 16-year-old. And then the police officer writes, I have positively identified this minor female victim. The search warrant further revealed multiple other chat logs in which the user of Party Harbor requested and received nude images of users who identified themselves as minor females. I have positively identified one other 15-year-old minor female from whom Party Harbor requested and received a nude video on November 18, 2024 local time after she identified herself as a minor. The defendant, who was identified through a subpoena to PayPal for account information associated with a transaction where Party Harbor purchased nude images of a user who claimed to be a minor. PayPal responded that the user is Zachary Lewis. This is his address in Nashville, Davidson County. a subpoena to Comcast for subscriber information related to the IP address associated with Party Harbor also came back to the same address in the name of Zach Lewis. Now, I am told that when he was first arrested, the Daily Wire, and I will say allegedly, did not fire him, that they kept him on following this notion of innocence until proving guilty. And and then as people began finding out the details of this, and I can't tell you how fast that timeline was, he eventually was fired.
So we don't know anything. She's just saying like, oh, they initially kept him on and then they fired him as people found out the details. She doesn't give any time frame here. It could have been a week. It could have been an hour, right? We don't know. She's being vague for a reason. Not to say that maybe there's some truth here. There could be, but why is she being vague, right? Like, I've noticed when people are vague, it's because they're hiding details. Lily Gaddis did it with her video when she was talking about the transatlantic slave trade. She was vague about how long slavery happened for in America, right? Like, Candace Owens is being vague right now, saying like, oh, he was initially kept on, but then they let him go as people found out. Like, it could have been that they knew he was in trouble with the police, but they didn't know what for, right? And then as soon as they found out, they were like, what the fuck, and let him go. We don't know the time frame. Because she doesn't tell us, and she does that on purpose.
And my understanding is that he is in prison today, but this happened last year under Jeremy's watch. And so, yeah, Jeremy, right back at you. So while you have them doing calling on journalists to do what you always do, like you did in the courts, I said to you, we could have gone to the ends of the earth in court. You were never going to find anything on me because I live my life honestly. I never colluded against Daily Wire. I never leaked to anybody. And I always say people that begin on a pursuit with Jeremy and Ben Shapiro will find themselves chasing shadows on the wall.
She's avoiding it. She's not saying anything about it. But Jeremy Boring, she was initially saying, when Laura Loomer came out with all this, she was initially denying it. And it wasn't until Jeremy Boring confirmed that it was true that her husband had a DUI that she came out with this video. But yeah, the mugshot is of her husband. And I actually don't know what her current stance is on it, but, so then Laura Loomer responds to this video and says, he is a literal deranged stalker. Lateral. Okay. We can't spell Laura, can we? Okay. He is a literal deranged stalker is what Candace says about Jeremy Boring, the man who fired her from the Daily Wire. How can Candace accuse anyone of being a stalker? This is the woman who bragged about having someone who was monitoring Erica Kirk's every move after her husband was brutally and publicly executed. Candace was openly bragging on her show during multiple episodes about how she knows which building Erica and Charlie lived in, and that her sources are keeping a close watch on who enters the building and who leaves the building. That is the definition of stalking. Here's a great video compilation to prove it. It was created by Milk Bar TV, who does an amazing job documenting all kinds of Candace Owens lies through video evidence. Candace, you are a psychopath. So let's watch it.
But the problem I'm having is I have now confirmed with people that live where they live, because they live in a building, that they all saw Charlie. They also saw Charlie on a walk. I have one person who lives there. She ran into Charlie, or has seen that. Nobody in her building and they all know each other. It's a building. They know Mikey McCoy. People have said, I've seen Mikey McCoy on this date, blah, blah, blah. No one can confirm that they saw Erica on this date. WTF, Stacey Sheridan lives in the same complex as Charlie and Erica. That is super weird. More and more, it seems like they were all working to smother Charlie and make sure he was closely watched and handled. Yeah, she does. And I find it to be very weird and very creepy. Mikey McCoy, I don't know if he has a place in there, him and Elizabeth, but they are there all the time because I have sources that live in the building, obviously. Again, APB.
Yeah, so she continues to claim she has sources throughout all of these clips. She's like, I have sources. So yeah, you are stalking them.
Stacey Sheridan on that day. I know I have contacts that are live in that same building. If you guys remember seeing Stacey Sheridan, that would be great. Still can't get an Erica sighting because we're everywhere and we're watching and we're listening.
So yeah, I mean, that's her basically admitting to having like people who follow her keeping an eye on Erica Kirk's every move and like people in TPUSA's every move. Okay, then Laura posts this. Not only did Jeremy Boring confirm my report tonight about George Farmer, the degenerate drunk husband of Candace Owens, who crashed his truck in Nashville, Tennessee, while driving 3 times the legal limit while he was a green card holder, but Jeremy also set the record straight about another Candace lie. She didn't leave Daily Wire. She was fired. Come clean, Candace. I'm making a formal complaint about your husband to DHS. He should be denaturalized. He could have killed a U.S. citizen. That's another one. Keep in mind, Jeremy Boring doesn't even acknowledge Laura Loomer because I'm sure he knows that Laura Loomer is insane. Then Laura Loomer makes this connection. Candace continues to lie about her husband and his DUI as a green card holder, which I exposed. Why did your husband allegedly lie to police in Nashville and give someone else's number to the police on the arrest report, as I reported days ago? I cross-referenced the cell phone number on the arrest report. It's the cell phone for Savannah Jacoby Kennedy, your manager, Candace. You know what else I discovered? Savannah is married to Patrick Kennedy. Patrick is the director of photography at Daily Wire in Nashville, Tennessee. Patrick is 40 years old. According to my research, I found a photo on Savannah's Instagram account where she is pregnant and wearing a shirt that says my husband is 40 and still hot. It's the 3rd most recent photo on her Instagram. They're all stalking each other and whatever. Do Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring know that Candace Owens' manager's husband works for the Daily Wire? Seems problematic given the fact that Candace Owens spews vitriol towards the Daily Wire on a daily basis, and her manager oversees her operations while she is married to a Daily Wire employee. Receipts. So she went digging, I guess. Then Candace says Patrick and Savannah met at the Daily Wire. Half of the team was invited to their wedding, you weirdo stalker. They're just calling each other stalkers now, so that's fun. I just love watching this stuff, guys. I love watching the drama between these people. It's so much fun for me. Loomer comes up with a merch idea. Candace Owens loves her merch. How about I make merch with her husband's mugshot and my watermark plastered all over it? It's giving soon-to-be denaturalized drunk spoiled foreigner vibes. I'll donate all proceeds to Mothers Against Drunk Driving. And then Candace Owens says, brilliant idea. We'll get these out tomorrow. Mugs. Good luck on your pursuit to get him denaturalized. Keep us posted. Owens replies to Loomer on the manager angle. Oh, yeah, we already saw that. Then Owens invited Boring onto her podcast to discuss George, her husband. Jeremy, we'd love to host you on my, well, here's the police report about Zach. I think he's a videographer or whatever. Jeremy, we'd love to host you on my podcast to discuss George and Zach. Can have you on as early as tomorrow. No holds barred. Since my entire team walked with me from Daily Wire, I can have one of your former employees reach out to set it up. And then she added Jeremy Boring and Ben Shapiro. Boring posts a lengthy response to Candace Owens. Where is it? Oh, I clicked the wrong one. Sorry, give me a second. This video is Prime Candace. So this is his response to her video talking about the lawsuits and everything. This video is Prime Candace, every manipulative rhetorical technique in the books. She makes roughly 236 claims in roughly 30 minutes in what is probably one of the most concise examples of a Gish Gallop I have ever seen. A Gish Gallop is firing off so many claims in rapid succession. This is This is a pretty good response. Your opponent can't possibly address them all. Even if every claim is wrong, the preponderance of false claims produces the impression of a devastating case. So he's right about that. She, talked about them stalking her, them stalking Brett Cooper, them suing her, then the contract, them breaching the contract, them suing Brett Cooper for wearing a blue shirt, then them having implying psychic communication or whatever, then them just like a whole them covering up for this Zach guy, or like not firing him immediately, whatever. Like, it was just insane. If there were a deep state, none of these people would be alive. Like, what do you mean by that? What the fuck? Coupled with Brandolini's law, which posits that the amount of energy needed to refute bullshit is an order of magnitude bigger than that needed to produce it. Anybody who's argued with a conspiracy theorist over anything has encountered this. The whole process is meant to make the accused look crazy for even trying. I know people in the smaller commentary spaces who do this thing, right? Candace uses rhetorical sleight of hand to accuse me of accusing her husband of lying on his immigration documents. I might respond that I've never made any such claim, but Candace has already suggested I'm working with Laura Loomer to launder the accusation against her. I might respond that I haven't spoken privately to Laura Loomer in years. But Candace has already moved on to say that I'm coordinating with Ben Shapiro to launder ideas to Laura Loomer. So I might respond that I haven't spoken to Ben Shapiro in over a year, other than a single text exchange when Charlie died. But Candace has already moved on to calling me a creep. Each of my responses, by the way, will be immediately attacked in its own right. Candace's audience will insist her accusation is true, even though she has offered no proof, and will likewise demand I provide proof of my counterclaim, asymmetric skepticism, and burden shifting. I will not be able to prove that I didn't make a claim because one cannot prove a negative. Sure, they won't be able to show any proof that I did make such a claim, but no burden of proof applies to them. Show us your text. You must have deleted the text. You had a stupid haircut as a child. The over 200 accusations scale with your answers. Answering one doesn't drop the total to 235. It scales it up exponentially because your answer becomes the source of a new onslaught of charges from Candace and her legion. Pretty soon, not only is the sheer number of accusations condemning, but the sheer number of accusers becomes proof that Candace is winning. Vox populi, vox dei. Am I saying that right? Trying to defend yourself against such madness is madness. It's like trying to nail Jell-O to a wall. You might think there is one claim I simply have to address, that a Daily Wire employee was arrested for sex crimes involving a minor. But while that accusation is terrible, it has nothing to do with me. As the document Candace posted makes clear, this person was arrested in May of 2025. I left the company in March of 2025. Oh, shit. Whatever actions the company did or didn't take when it learned of the situation, I was not a part of it. To be honest, I'm not actually sure what Candace is accusing me of, other than her deeply twisted statement that people who support Israel will also protect the Epstein class of pedophiles. Yeah, we know this. It's another conspiracy theory, right? But protect how? What exactly am I being accused of? I would ask Candace to state her allegations clearly and specifically. Otherwise, I choose door number 3. By the way, if you employ enough people, you will inevitably employ some terrible ones. That is true. Hell, I once employed Candace Owens. Employees are people. If you have enough of them, you have all of the different kinds of people there are. Some will even be criminals, and you will have to fire them, which is what I'm guessing the Daily Wire did in this case. And Candace Owens, yeah, she does say that he was fired and he is in prison now. Other than that, I have nothing to say to Candace. She invited me to come on her show to talk about George, but I have nothing to say about George at all. And yeah, it's true. She didn't say anything about George during her stream that we just watched. Did she? Like, we watched that, or not stream, video. We watched that video. I don't think she mentioned George very much at all. She invited me to talk about this person she says committed this terrible crime, but an hour of, have you stopped beating your wife, guilt by association slander, isn't my idea of a good time. And I may not be the smartest person in media, but I'm just sophisticated enough to know you can't have a good faith conversation with someone who uses rhetoric in such dishonest ways. Candace doesn't want to talk. She wants to overwhelm me with so many allegations and insinuations, so much projection and presupposition and false consensus signaling that her audience builds a negative narrative about me, whatever negative narrative sticks. And this is exactly what she did to Erica Kirk, right? I see no reason to engage in that kind of spectacle. Also, my audience is rightly concerned for my safety if I go to Candace's studio. That's true as well. It's a pretty good response from him. Though, I'm going to assume that most of Candace's viewers are not going to read that because, yeah. May 8th, 2026. So this all was like May 6th. May 8th, Loomer demands Owens to stop followers lying about the DUI, offers to sue for discovery/deposition, and demands an affidavit denial. Let's see here. Candace, stop having your lunatic followers lie about your husband's DUI arrest. If it never happened, then sue me. Let's take a deposition and get discovery, and everyone will see the arrest happened, and we will find out why it's been hidden from the public. You keep posting insults, but you won't explicitly say, my husband never was arrested for DUI and never crashed his Ram TRX in Nashville, Tennessee, while he was 3 times over the legal limit of BAC. Say that in writing, in an affidavit, and submit it with the court. You won't, because that would be a felony since it's true and it did happen. Sue me if it's not true. Chat, how are we doing, by the way? May 9th, Owens attacks the firing documents. Let's see here. So people asked Jeremy Boring, why did you fire her? Was it because Christ is king, as in Jesus Christ is our king and God? Jeremy replied, nope. Candace Owens screenshotted this and said, you lying piece of shit. You quite literally included a full Bible passage in my firing documents from Matthew 5:9-12. Blessed are the peacemakers. I tweeted the passage completely standalone, and you cited it as an example of anti-Semitism, which was violative of my contract terms. You have absolutely no right or authority to publicly lie about what I lived through. It's been 3 years of my family dealing with your deranged stalking and public lies. Again, this is Candace Owens. And what is she doing to Erica Kirk and her children? You even orchestrated, reviewed, and approved the now infamous Christ is King episode with Andrew Klavan. The best part about your 2-year attempt to bankrupt my family, is it 2 or 3 years, Candace, through the court system are the resulting transcripts which last forever. Okay, now what's this?
A year and a half ago. And everybody, 15 minutes ago, the Daily Wire terminated its relationship with Candace Owens. Candace has been an incredibly powerful voice for conservatives for years. Unfortunately, it's become more and more clear, and it's now unavoidably so, that Candace has moved in a direction that the Daily Wire simply cannot and will not support. Candace's shift has done enormous damage to our brand, damage that we've decided we just can't allow to continue. Mostly, but by no means all of this tarnishment to our brand stems from Candace's flirting with, winking at, and even directly engaging in content widely viewed as anti-Semitic, and from associating herself with well-known anti-Semites. The Daily Wire, contrary to public opinion, is not owned by Jews. In fact, the majority of it is owned by Christians, myself included. And we know that anti-Semitism as a charge is like the charge of racism, often made far too lightly by those who profiteer from such accusations, groups like the ADL or BLM. But that doesn't mean that racism and anti-Semitism don't exist. They obviously do, and they just as obviously have no place in our national discourse. Candace refusing to condemn Kanye West, for example, is not anti-Semitism. I said as much at the time, and I even encouraged Candace not to disinvite Ye from her Greatest Lie Ever Sold premiere after his "I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people" tweet a year and a half ago. I thought at that time that one remark, even a remark as plainly anti-Semitic and asinine as that, wasn't proof that Kanye himself was necessarily an anti-Semite. People say and do all kinds of dumb things all the time, and I didn't think that Candace should necessarily
This is true. And like, it's like my video about Frogan. Do I think she's like consciously aware of how anti-Semitic she was being? Not necessarily. But was she engaging in anti-Semitism? Yeah, you can engage in racism. You can engage in anti-Semitism. You can engage in a wide variety of unsavory things without realizing just how deep you are, right? And I think, you know, yeah, probably a lot of racism and a lot of anti-Semitism is done by people who are not aware of how anti-Semitic or racist they are being, right? But then we've got a whole other subset of people who are very aware of what they're doing, which are the groypers. But anyways,
distance herself from
let's
her
listen to the
friend
rest of this.
at that moment. Did I find it troubling that Candace continued to stand by Ye as the weeks went on and he continued what became maybe the biggest anti-Semitic meltdown in American public life? A meltdown by the end of which he had praised Hitler, announced a run for the presidency, and hired the most prominent apologist for anti-Semitism in the country, Nick Fuentes? Yes, I did. And I argued pretty passionately with Candace about that point at the time. But I still didn't think that her behavior rose to the point of parting ways. Fast forward a little more than a year later, however, and there's a lot more cause for concern. Here are just a few examples from just the last few weeks. Candace appeared on the Fresh and Fit podcast, which itself spews anti-Semitism and talks about the JQ, which means the Jewish question.
The Jewish question.
Routinely. And Candace said nothing while the host played a cha-ching cash register sound at the mention of any Jew or Israel, including Ben Shapiro.
Okay, so this is the actual. She gave little to no context for that. She is so vague on purpose. She was talking about the cha-ching sound, and she was very vague about, it played when people gave money or whatever. Which is, you know, it's a sound I've heard many times on different Groyper shows and stuff like that. But I was not aware that they were playing it every time they talked about Zionists or Jewish people. Like, that's insane. Of course. She didn't, you know, of course that's anti-Semitic, you know, of course.
Shapiro's wife. We have a clip here of that for you.
He is very passionate about Israel. He's married to an Israeli. I mean, that makes sense, I guess.
Yeah.
You know?
She didn't say anything about
Imagine
that.
Ben
Wow.
Shapiro sitting on a podcast that was known for spewing hate toward Black people, and then sitting idly by while the host made jokes, racist jokes about Candace's family. You can't imagine it because it's unimaginable. It would just never happen. Only a few weeks before that, Candace lamented, quote, DC Jews, who she says are Marxists and monsters, and who, quote, want nothing more than political power and need to be weeded out. Then just last week, Candace liked a post on X from an
I just feel so bad for the Jews, man. They get blamed for everything. Getting blamed for capitalism and for Marxism and for communism, for literally everything.
account called
Fuck,
Christ
dude.
Gnosis, asking if a well-known rabbi is, quote, drunk on Christian blood again. Now, if you aren't aware, the idea that rabbis and Jews more broadly drink the blood of Christians is one of the oldest expressions of anti-Semitism.
It's blood libel. Yeah,
It even
that's
has its
blood
own
libel.
name. It's called the blood libel. And it's
Yeah.
been used to pit Christians against Jews since the Middle Ages.
I just, man, okay.
The
go
blood
ahead.
libel
Go
has been
ahead.
used all throughout history to incite the hatred and murder of Jews. I don't claim to know what's in Candace's heart. What I know, as I've said, is that she has been flirting with, winking at, and even directly engaging in content that's widely viewed to be anti-Semitic, and even worse, known and unabashed anti-Semites seem to have taken a real liking to her. They routinely celebrate her, invite her on their podcasts, like her X posts, and retweet them, and she frequently reciprocates. Candace has made something of a sport in these last months out of strongly implying negative things about Jews, only to then deny that she was ever actually talking about the Jews in the first place. Candace made no statement at all in the days after Hamas terrorists raped, murdered, and tortured over 1,000 Israeli civilians, mostly Jews, some Americans.
Terrible.
And then they took hundreds more hostage. But then on October 28th of 2023, while anti-Israel protests were raging in London, where Candace, I believe, was at the time, she reposted a video of the protests on X, commenting, quote, "Interesting thing happening here. People are not accepting the media narrative about what's happening in the Middle East, despite the insistent rhetoric from government officials." On November 3rd, she posted, quote, "No government anywhere has a right to commit a genocide ever. There is no justification for a genocide. I can't believe this even needs to be said or is even considered the least bit controversial to state." There was only one country on earth being accused of genocide at the time. Anti-Semites on X took to it immediately. They cheered at what they rightly or wrongly interpreted as Candace smearing Israel. And Candace didn't rebuff their interpretation. But when Dave Rubin came to the exact same conclusion as the anti-Semites, only instead of cheering for Candace, found it vile and
The problem is there aren't that many non-Jews speaking out about how crazy the anti-Semitism has gotten recently. Yeah. I think the issue, Shelley, is that a lot of people also are not used to seeing the dog whistles. And it, after years of the culture war thing being like, oh, and even online, like the culture is generally, it's cringe to call out racism. It's cringe to call out anti-Semitism. Like, you should never call it out. Like that was the culture online for a very, very long time. It was mostly from the right, but like it is even in like normie kind of like apolitical spheres, like it's cringe. It's cringe to call that stuff out. And so that was the culture for a really long time. And then you saw the far left and the far right kind of engaging in more and more blatant and disgusting anti-Semitism and racism. And yeah, it is. And even you've got like politicians engaging in it or signaling it, base signaling, as Lauren Southern herself said. It just is now really like on top of the average person not knowing the more deep tropes, the deeper anti-Semitic tropes. I think it's just hard to call out now. Like it's like, and as much calling out as I try to do, like at a certain point it's futile, right? Like nobody gives a fuck. It's very disappointing, I will say, but especially to see it from like the left, right? The people who screamed at me like for debating people within like the far right, for debating like neo-Nazis and debating Reupers, and these people screamed at me for that and yelled at me for that, and then went and posted the same fucking memes that the National Justice Party posted on October 7th. Like it's just insane to me. The amount of anti-Semitism, the amount of dehumanization I saw on October 7th from people who were supposedly leftists, like they lost all high ground to me. Anything that they could accuse me of or try to say about me in the future, like I just do not give a fuck, So it's very strange. Very strange.
rebuked her, Candace quickly attacked, saying, quote, "What's amazing about this is that I didn't name any country in this tweet. I simply stated that genocide is wrong always. This is not..."
There are people like Cenk and Anna hyping up Tucker Carlson and MTG. I mean, Anna Kasparian is straight up she is just posting straight up anti-Semitism at this point. Like, she is too far gone. Her brain has rotted.
Not a controversial stance. Interesting how you interpreted it. And then followed up with, quote, "In short, if the blanket statement that genocide is wrong upsets you in any way, then you need to check yourself. I said exactly what I meant, and I won't be backing down or apologizing or further clarifying this statement."
You can be critical of Israel and like not engage in anti-Semitic tropes, It's just insane.
Within 24 hours, Candace liked a post calling Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal. Now let's be clear. You're free to disagree with Israel's conduct, and you're free to oppose the Netanyahu government. But the idea that Israel is committing genocide or that Netanyahu is a war criminal is just factually baseless. Unfortunately, Candace routinely makes insinuations about Jews that both lovers of anti-Semitism and haters of anti-Semitism both agree is anti-Semitic. And in almost every one of these instances, Candace says nothing to the anti-Semites who cheer her and only pushes back against those who disapprove of her comments. On February 28th of this year, Candace, just asking questions, posted, quote, "Time to look into the history and profiteering of pornography." Her replies were immediately flooded with anti-Semites cheering her for the question and providing the answer that they interpreted her to mean, the Jews. Once again, Candace did nothing to disabuse the anti-Semites of their assumption. But when Anthony Koch came to the exact same conclusion, Candace pushed back saying, quote, "This is utterly insane. I tweeted that porn is harming men in our society."
I would say that there's a valid argument to be made, especially about like the especially during the Trump administration, the second Trump administration, the blockade on all food and all aid, right, going into Gaza. I think that was getting to a point where it was really extreme, where it was easily criticizable, right? And Trump let that go on for months. So you can criticize that for sure, but and that probably reaches the point of like, yeah, you are starving like a massive group of people to punish a small group, you know? But yeah.
Society, and this person has interpreted that as an attack on Jews. This is an example of clinical insanity. There is no other explanation. But of course, there are other possible explanations. There are other numerous examples just like this, when the anti-Semites and anti-anti-Semites all agree that what you're saying is anti-Semitic. Perhaps, as a very well-paid professional and expert communicator, you might consider communicating more clearly. Candace hasn't. She's only doubled down. In the last few weeks,
no, Candace is vague on purpose, just like every dishonest hack there is. They're vague on purpose. Yeah, no, I think there are things that Netanyahu's done that are very excessive, right? That, you know, could be seen as like, yeah, war criminal shit, you know? So I don't agree with that, but I think the rest of his points here are pretty salient.
Stated or implied that DC Jews control American politics, that Hollywood Jews force certain black artists to create violent and filthy music, that a Jewish gang robbed and killed Michael Jackson, that a Jew killed Lee Harvey Oswald to keep us from finding out that the CIA killed JFK. All this while elevating Osama bin Laden and Muammar Gaddafi and defending Hitler's book burning and apologizing to Muslims on behalf of America for what she calls the brainwashing of Americans after 9/11 and alleged American war crimes overseas.
Yeah, no, that's pretty wild. That stuff's pretty wild. I think everything else she has said dirties any of these other comments. I agree with that.
None of which proves that Candace is an anti-Semite. I don't claim to know what Candace actually believes. When I've asked her directly what she believes, she's told me, quote, "I believe what the people believe. I am the voice of the people."
Sometimes the people are fucking stupid, Candace. Did you ever think about that? Like, yeah, sometimes the people believe in some really fucking heinous shit.
Never mind that subordinating your beliefs to the people is both pandering and immoral. It's also vague. Who are the people? And what is it that they believe? Based on her content of late, I can't think that she means Americans broadly or even conservatives broadly. It seems far more likely to me that the people Candace is the voice of are the very people celebrating what she's saying. Here's one of the most prominent anti-Semites in the country giving his perspective on the answer to that question.
I have to stand. I have to stand because she's cooking. She cooked.
She cooked is what he said, not cut.
That's crazy. She tweets a picture of Rabbi Shmuley. Bill, she writes. Bill. Nothing else. Incredible. She writes, Bill. She called him an unholy rabbi. I'm stealing that, by the way. If you hear that in my AFPAC 4 speech, I'm giving her credit. I'm stealing that from her. She said the unholy rabbi. Dude, goated with the sauce, f***ing cook.
Fuentes went
I can't believe Megyn Kelly is also like, I don't know if Nick Fuentes is an anti-Semite. Like, okay. Have you looked at any of the 10 years of content that he's got out there on the internet?
on
Like,
for about an hour celebrating Candace
like certainly he doesn't deny it.
in that
So.
episode from 2 weeks ago. Of course, it's not just her associations with anti-Semitism that are damaging to our brand. Over the last few months, Candace has embraced the worst conspiracy theories and the worst people. When she traveled to Romania to interview Andrew Tate, Caleb was clear that we wouldn't pay for her to rehabilitate a pornographer, con man, and an accused rapist. Candace assured him that hers would not be a softball interview. But of course it was.
And it was. It was. Oh my God. So true, Jeremy. Actually true. Okay. I might like him after this little spiel he's giving here. It was a fucking softball interview that she gave to Andrew Tate. By the way, if you like the content, consider subscribing or super chatting or joining the Patreon if you'd like. So
Candace not only allowed
there's a lot of money in being anti-Semitic, apparently.
Andrew Tate to misrepresent his past statements and the charges against him, she helped him do so. Last week, Candace put out a long tweet trying to frame her position not as supporting the Tate brothers, but simply as being fair-minded about the charges brought against them.
Fair-minded. Fair-minded. When has she been fair-minded about anything else? Good God.
That might have been more convincing if she had ever said a single negative thing about them, or if she hadn't liked, responded to, or retweeted them 73 times in the months since the interview. I want to be clear about this. Andrew and Tristan Tate are very bad men who have boasted and even sold courses teaching how to manipulate women through sex into doing pornography for your profit.
And how to manipulate women by preying on their feelings and preying on just like selling them something that doesn't exist, basically. She also doxed his victim and protected the PDF file who abused Tate's victim previously. That's insane. What a horrible person, really, you know? What a horrible human being Candace Owens is.
And again, Candace is a professional communicator. She's very effective at saying what she wants to say. Probably as effective at that as anyone alive. And of course, Candace has recently said that she's willing to stake her entire professional reputation on the fact that French President Macron's wife was born a man, despite the claims already having been proven false in French courts. The lady has 3 children. She and her brother, whom the conspiracy theorists suggest is actually her, jointly sued and won.
I'm sorry, Govin, I'm not sure what you mean here. I'm getting kind of uncomfortable with what you're saying. You know, I'm going to remove this person from the chat because I don't think that they are here for a good reason. So, bye.
Against the people who first popularized the conspiracy theory in France. But most troubling to me is Candace's deeply disingenuous use of the term Christ is King. As best I can tell, her first use of this term publicly was in response to Ben. If you recall, Ben was asked at a small private event in a Jewish home how he felt about Candace's behavior post-October 7th. Ben was caught on camera saying that he found her behavior disgraceful and disreputable. That day, Candace posted a verse from the New Testament that man cannot serve both God and money, with a follow-up comment of Christ is King.
We know what she's not serving God, she's serving money too. Like, there's a reason why these people go on this anti-Semitic bender, you know? They get money. There's like a huge audience for being an anti-Semite, apparently. It's actually insane how much money there is in it. Like, I don't know where they're getting the funding, but it's coming from somewhere.
The remark was widely interpreted as a rebuke of Ben and to mean that Candace could not be bought off by Jewish Ben Shapiro.
I mean, Christ is King is, again, also the same catchphrase that all the Groypers used to say to each other. At least when I knew that space a little bit more.
She and her opinions are in service to God. Ben responded in anger. He said that if Candace believed her contract with the Daily Wire was standing between her and God, she could quit. Candace's response was classic Candace. After saying but not saying exactly what she meant and then being called out on it, she denied that she ever meant it in the first place, and how dare you suggest that she did. She said, quote, "You've been acting unprofessional and emotionally unhinged for weeks now, and we've all had to sit back and allow it, and have all tried to exercise exceeding understanding for your raw emotion. But you cross a certain line when you come for scripture and read yourself into it. I will not tolerate it." She posted again, quote, "You are utterly out of line for suggesting that I cannot quote biblical scripture. The Bible is not about you." Then commented on that post, again, "Christ is king." Here's the thing. I agree that Christ is king. All Christians agree that Christ is king. But why say so here? What's the implication, if not that Candace serves Christ and Ben doesn't? It certainly appears to me that Candace is attacking Ben for the very fact of his Jewishness. In fact, anti-Semites love to bandy about the term Christ is king. Here's our pal Nick Fuentes again.
That's what it's all about. When I come out to these rallies and I see everybody and they bring their rosaries and crucifixes and their American flags, I know we're on the right side of history.
It's probably worth remembering here that Fuentes, when he isn't praising our Lord, has called for a holy war against Jews and said that, quote, "We will make them die in the holy war. They have no future in America. They will go down with their satanic master." Christ is king. Yeah, Christ is king. But the term Christ is king is not a gang affiliation. Christ isn't glorified by your using him as a weapon to cudgel your enemies. And to anyone who would say it's never wrong to say that Christ is king, please tell me what then is meant by the third commandment: "Thou shalt not carry forth the name of the Lord thy God in vain." Surely if one were to rape and murder someone, like Hamas did on October 7th, but all the while shouted to the dying person that Christ is king, we would all agree that 3 horrible crimes were committed. Rape, yes. Murder, yes.
Did you see Fuentes and Dan Blazarian are fighting now? I did see that. I did see that. And I even see Spencer's weighing in on it too.
But also the crime of implementing God in the first 2 crimes. That's carrying forth the name of the Lord in vain. That's what anti-Semites are doing when they say Christ is king. Christ is king, sure enough. And he recommends himself in our struggles, not us in our petty nudge, nudge, wink, wink anti-Semitism. All of this has badly tarnished the brand and reputation of the Daily Wire and of me personally as the front-facing CEO. One need only revisit the thousands of virulently and overtly hateful commenters celebrating what they see as Candace's turn against the Jews, the remarks from Nick Fuentes, the myriad stories written in journals from Mediaite to the Washington Examiner to the Jewish Journal to the Times of Israel, the New York Post, the Daily Mail, and on, or from the many, many people disappointed with the Daily Wire and with me and even with Ben for not acting sooner to see how badly marred our reputation has become. And so we're ending our relationship with Candace effective immediately. We're not canceling Candace, as in cancel culture. Candace has every right as an American to damage her own brand. If I were the CEO of a platform like X, I wouldn't kick Candace off of it. But I'm not the CEO of a platform like X. I'm the CEO of the Daily Wire.
Kind of a jab at Elon Musk, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, what else do you expect from X, right? Some of the most vile shit gets floated to the top of the timeline every single day, to the top of the algorithm every single day. And again, I will remind you guys that there was a study that came out months ago that showed that Nick Fuentes and his followers heavily bought their stuff, and heavily bought stuff that they like, to, you know, get more eyes on it and make it seem like their opinions are much more popular than they actually are. So.
The Daily Wire is not a platform. The Daily Wire is a publisher. Daily Wire is not a place where people publish their own thoughts. It's a place where we curate the thoughts that we largely align with and voices we believe are doing good in the world. Not just thoughts and voices who happen to agree with Jeremy or happen to agree with Ben all the time, Obviously, I disagree with all of our hosts some of the time. But Candace has now become a voice I simply cannot align with. I believe that she's doing great harm in the world and to the brand that I've worked really hard to build over this last decade, and I'm just no longer willing to subsidize it. And I want to be clear about one more thing. We're not giving in to any pressure from any outside group. Rabbi Shmuley, who Candace has called unholy and accused of blackmailing her, is, as far as I can tell, an abject attention whore. I don't much care what he thinks. I don't much care what kinds of threats that he makes.
Kind of agree with him
He's
on that
continued to
one.
demand that Ben and Dennis Prager fire Candace, but of course, as both Ben and Candace and I have said publicly again and again, Ben doesn't have the authority to fire Candace because he's not a majority owner of the business and he's not an executive in the company. But he's famous and he's Jewish, so Rabbi Shmuley is happy to grandstand by demanding that he do so anyway. As for Dennis Prager, Candace hasn't worked for PragerU in 3 years, and as far as I know, Dennis isn't an executive at PragerU any more than Ben is an executive at the Daily Wire. But again, famous, Jewish, and so Rabbi Shmuley is happy to grandstand. Charlie Kirk, by contrast, who runs TPUSA, where Candace does currently give speeches and make a nice living. Shmuley hasn't said anything about him. Charlie's famous, but he isn't Jewish. That's the kind of guy Rabbi Shmuley is, and the reason that we would never give in to any kind of pressure from a man like him. This decision has nothing to do with Shmuley or any other Jewish pressure coming to bear. This is about the very Christian CEOs of the Daily Wire finally seeing what we were both loath to see before, what I was loath to see before, that Candace is not on our team. She's not pursuing the future that we're pursuing. She's not appealing to the audience we're appealing to. She does not hold the values that we hold to. I gave her every benefit of the doubt. I gave her far more benefit of the doubt than I should have, and I'm done. Candace has violated the terms of her contract in myriad ways. She has a contractual obligation not to tarnish our brand, but she has. She has a contractual obligation not to do anything that a reasonable person might construe as anti-Semitic or to align her brand with anti-Semites, but she has. And by the way, it was her attorney who suggested that we put that clause in her contract in the first place after the Kanye mess. It wasn't our idea. For all of those reasons and for many more, we're enforcing our rights under the contract to terminate. Now, I know that this will cause a lot of confusion and harm and pain for a lot of you in this room, especially for those of you who've worked really hard on Candace's content, or for those of you who, like me, have only ever seen her as one of the most talented and important voices in the country. And I'm sorry for that. I hope that we live to see Candace come back from this dark path that she's taken. Again, I see her as one of the most talented people in the country, and when she uses those talents in service of the good and the true and the beautiful, I don't believe that there is anyone better, maybe in all of the world, than she. That's not what she's doing today. I hope that she does it again. She won't be doing it at the Daily Wire.
That's sad. Yeah, no, I do think she is very talented, but she is using her powers for evil. That's for sure. That's for sure. Okay. Next up, Laura Loomer, after all of this is, oh, well, let's read Candace's reply to this. You think this is a flex? It actually shows further derangement. He built a stage and publicly hung me in front of 250 employees with a production of videos. Were the videos wrong, Candace? None of that is normal in corporate America. None of that is normal outside of deranged Zionist minds. Employees hated it, and many of them subsequently quit out of sheer disgust. Oh, really? Okay. Remember when you posted you were not fired and it was a mutually agreeable parting of ways? And then here's the thing I was going to show you guys next. Laura Loomer replies to Candace. Candace, you wear at least $2,000 of clothing on nearly every episode of your show, and you have 2 multi-million-dollar homes worth at least $12 million in your trust. You and your husband have a car collection worth $800,000 to $1 million, as I exposed. How are you nearly bankrupt? You need to stop lying. You live a life of immense luxury. Do I need to get into how many nannies and maids you have as well so people can see once again how much you lie? You wear a $70,000 ring as well. The only person who could ever bankrupt you is your own mouth from the defamatory lies you tell about others. Candace replies, this is getting boring, Laura, and you know it. You tried, and the public didn't bite. I'm sorry. People constantly take advantage of your various documented mental disorders. They view you as vermin that will do their bidding, while they never have to invite you into their social circles for the same reason. Deep down, you know it's true, and I'm sorry about it. You're neither accepted or believed by anyone. Okay. Basically, that's a whole bunch of stuff. That's the whole argument from start to finish, basically, that's happened recently between Laura Loomer, Jeremy Boring, and Candace Owens. So, just to recap, started, I mean, it's been years in the making. All three of them have animosity towards each other. But particularly Laura Loomer started it all by talking about George Farmer, Candace Owens' husband, having a DUI. Candace denied it. Then it was confirmed by Jeremy Boring. Jeremy Boring also called out Candace for being dishonest and lying and spreading conspiracy theories and attacking a widow. So did Laura Loomer. Candace goes and makes a video where she's claiming Daily Wire has been stalking her. Jeremy Boring and Ben Shapiro have been stalking her. That they're creepy, all of these different things. You can make all these claims, but again, you defended the Tates. You doxed one of their survivors. You have stalked and harassed Erica Kirk. Like there's a whole litany of things that Candace Owens has done that it's just disgusting. I mean, today, Candace Owens scolds Erica for standing up for herself and tells her to put on her big girl glitter pants or stay at home.
I actually really disliked him after that. I'm like, he's sitting up here on the stage yelling at us because she doesn't want to go to the event because no one wants to hear her speak. Like, that's so backwards, and it's so abusive and narcissistic to do that to people. You want to make commitments. You wanted to be Charlie Kirk so bad that you allegedly made a whole AI video saying your husband wanted.
It's another thing. That's another thing. Now, as of today, she's claiming that Erica Kirk made an AI video of Charlie Kirk saying that she appoints Erica. She's making so much money off of being a horrible person.
And we all deep down spiritually know that is untrue. Okay? Charlie didn't change his mind 2 weeks before he died. We know what he thought. We have hours and hours and hours and hours of footage of Charlie Kirk saying women should stay home. You wanted to put on your big girl glitter pants and take.
If Charlie thought women should stay home, why did he employ you, Candace? Why did he employ you?
His role and be CEO and chairman. Well, guess what? Life's tough. Get a helmet. Okay? No one feels bad for you because you have to deal with criticism that Charlie had to deal with for the last 10 years. And he took it gracefully. He fought. He answered the questions. He allowed people to go through his life. I've had to do the same thing. Nobody's crying for me when my family's getting attacked. And now all of a sudden you just think that this was supposed to be, I dub the Erica Kirk, the CEO.
What, Abe?
And be CEO
what are you
and chairman.
For?
Well, guess what? Life's tough. Get a helmet. Okay? Charlie didn't change his mind 2 weeks before he died. We know what he thought. We have hours and hours and hours and hours of footage of Charlie Kirk saying women should stay home. You wanted to put on your big girl glitter pants and.
He didn't change his mind in the last 2 weeks.
And take his role and be CEO and chairman. Well, guess what? Life's tough.
That's the whole basis of her argument that Israel killed him. That's a good point. That Charlie all of a sudden started having doubts about Israel. That's true, actually. That is it. That Charlie started having doubts about Israel. And then he got assassinated. But Charlie couldn't have changed his mind 2 weeks before. And decided that Erica was the best person to be CEO. Wow.
Tough, get a helmet, okay? No one feels bad for you because you have to deal with criticism that Charlie had to deal with for the last 10 years. And he took it gracefully. He fought. He answered the questions. He allowed people to go through his life. I've had to do the same thing. Nobody's crying for me when my family's getting attacked, and now all of a sudden you just think that this was supposed to be. I dub the Erica Kirk, the CEO of Turning Point USA. Nobody
That's a
asked
good
any
catch,
questions.
Abe.
What is that?
Very good catch.
Wrong country, sweetheart. No, we don't do the king and queen I dub thee stuff here. So if you can't take the heat, get the hell out of the kitchen, Erica. That's just the reality. Just get out of the kitchen, step down, go away, and pretend to be a grieving widow. That works for everybody. Anyway, a little too fired up here.
I'm going to tweet that out.
I actually really disliked him after that. I'm like, he's sitting up here on the stage yelling at us because
Give me a second. My goodness. I need to, okay, I can cut it. Oh no, I can't cut it here. Just a second. I need to cut this shorter. Shorter. Let's see. I won't get rated. Nobody notices me. Okay. Right now. Nobody notices me right now. Okay. Edit. Okay, let me edit this real quick.
she doesn't want to go to the event because no one wants to hear her speak. Like, that's so backwards, and it's so abusive and narcissistic to do that to people. You want to make commitments. You wanted to be Charlie Kirk so bad that you allegedly made a whole AI video saying your husband wanted you, and we all deep down spiritually know that that is untrue. Okay? Charlie didn't change his mind 2 weeks before he died. We know what he thought. We have hours and hours and hours and hours of footage.
Where is it? She says Charlie didn't
So
change his
bad
mind.
that you allegedly made a whole AI video saying your husband wanted you, and we all deep down spiritually know that that is narcissistic to do that to people. You want to make commitments. You wanted to be Charlie Kirk so bad that
Okay, it's like around 10 seconds, right? Sorry guys, you're gonna have to sit with me while I do this real quick. I could just do this in Premiere, but I just want to clip it. Why do I have to, I just want to trim it. Okay, it's around 10 seconds, so here, okay. Ten seconds. There we go. I'm just gonna save it from get a helmet.
You wanted to be Charlie Kirk so bad that you allegedly made a whole AI video saying your husband wanted you, and we all deep down spiritually know that is untrue. Okay? Charlie didn't change his mind 2 weeks before he died. We know what he thought. We have hours and hours and hours and hours of footage of Charlie Kirk saying women should stay home. You wanted to put on your big girl glitter pants and take his role in
Excuse me. Charlie, was changing his mind on Israel and that they killed him for it? Like, how long was she saying that he was changing his mind on Israel for? Okay, you're right, Abe. Isn't your whole thing that Charlie was changing his mind on Israel and that they killed him for it? Because we have hours and hours of video where he stood on that too. Oh. Of where? Okay.
be CEO and chairman. Hours and hours of footage of Charlie Kirk saying women should stay home. You wanted to put on your big girl glitter pants and take his role and be CEO and chairman. Well, guess what? Life's tough. Get a helmet.
Life's tough, get a helmet. How insensitive to say to somebody, okay, whose husband was assassinated as well, but okay, all right. I mean, look, I'm not somebody, like, I think you should be able to make jokes about Charlie Kirk at this point,
Narcissistic to
but
do that to people.
thank you, Abe, for assisting me in that. Just insane. I mean, she did a whole stream today. I don't know if we have the time to watch the entire thing, but yeah, she's claiming that they made an AI video of her of Charlie Kirk, like saying that Erica should be CEO or whatever. Let me see. Yeah, here it is. It becomes increasingly likely that Charlie Audio I appoint Erica was AI. We explain why this may become the single most consequential lie. Erica becomes a doctor. Nick Shirley is rightly called into question. Did you see PBD podcast where they were basically saying the same thing to Erica? At least Vinny and Patrick were. I didn't see PBD podcast. I don't know what PBD podcast is, actually. If I'm gonna be real with you, I don't know what that is. It sounds familiar, but I do not remember that. Oh, Patrick Bet David. Okay, maybe I do know him. Yeah. That's insane. That's insane. Okay. Highly doubt that my tweet will take off. Occasionally my tweets take off. I can never predict when they're going to. Usually, actually, it's preceded by Pastor Ben retweeting me, but even that can be kind of like tricky whether I get a ton of likes or not. Like, I've had times where I don't know, Pastor Ben has a very engaged audience, but I've seen times where he's retweeted me and I've gained more likes than I've ever had in my entire life. And then other times where he's retweeted me and it hasn't really done so much. I guess it depends on the time of day and when he's retweeting and stuff. So, going for a walk, trying to rehab a pinched nerve, fun stuff. Don't turn 40 star, just don't. Okay, have fun, Abe. Thanks for coming by. Very strange, very strange. And now Laura Loomer's going after somebody else. MTG, I guess. Good to be back in Boca Raton, my people. His people are young, attractive women. What does wang half mean? I have no idea. This is my life. 21-year-olds are lifelong friends. My people. My people. My people. The next... the next couple of girls he's going to sexually harass. I shouldn't say that. That's mean. But he's got a reputation. Who's that? A Nazi. I mean, he is like so jealous of Nick Fuentes. It's so funny. It's so funny. Elijah Schaefer, like, looks more reputable than Nick Fuentes, or at least at one point looked more reputable than Nick Fuentes. Seemed to have more, like, at least new media influence at some point, or for a little bit he did. And would parrot all the same talking points and hated Nick Fuentes because Nick Fuentes was popular in a way that he never was. He just absolutely hated it. But also, Elijah Schaefer is a fucking degenerate and was known for years in conservative circles for being a sexual harasser of multiple women. So... Oh, Jeremy Boring, what are we doing here, folks? What's next? Michael Chopped Ass Unk? Good question. My people. Girls who are too young for him. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Or should I? Or should I? I'm not going to. I'm not going to. The next girls he's going to sexually harass. Somebody warn them. I hope somebody warns them. Please, somebody warn those girls. Please, somebody warn them. on it? What, are you in Boca Raton? I'm just gonna put his next victims. Candace Owens has worked herself into a hard place. Her defamatory statements are causing lawsuits to start rolling in, and in order to fund those lawsuits, Candace must continue making defamatory statements. But if she continues making defamatory statements, she will get hit with more lawsuits. Also, her newfound fan base won't allow her to pivot away from defaming Erica Kirk, TPUSA, and others. She's tried before, and they instantly turned on her. Candace wants people to believe she's winning, but the reality is she's in a lose-lose situation. I'm secretly Palm Beach Pete. Interesting. I don't know what that means. What is this?
And he is very tall.
He's incredibly tall. Way too tall.
Very tall guy.
He's like 5'11"-ish.
Really?
Yeah.
Way too tall.
Way
Yeah.
too tall. You're like,
Way
strictly biblically, there is no God.
Really?
Yeah.
I think I may have texted you about it.
You know what? You're right.
To quote William F. Buckley Jr.,
Can we not recycle?
Quote William F. Buckley Jr. Can we not recycle?
That is shrieking.
So I don't have many memories. Like my son, complete stranger, but it was worth every penny, without question.
What is that? Tell me what that means.
I like shit. I'm a filthy f***ing faggot since I'm a kid. At
Oh my god,
core.
Jesus. Okay, we're not watching any more of that. Pearl, I don't have news. You, however, have your nipples poking out of your shirt on the internet. Retweet. Dude, what the fuck? A 17th century rat hybrid illustration. Oh, okay. Gross. There was a community note on that, so probably what I read was not real, but whatever. I love these people. I'm sorry. I know scrolling Twitter on YouTube is very, very dangerous, but I can't help myself. I love the concept of yearning for someone, and a part of you knows the other person wants you too. Just waiting for the right moment to confess it. And this person replies, "No one wants you, and you don't want anyone, bitch." What? Oh my god, I love it. If I see another video saying Candace is finished, I will go crazy. I won't believe it till I see it. The only person that can destroy Candace is another conspiracy theorist. Okay. Wow. Okay. Oh my god. The first rule of Twitter is you do not tell people in real life about your Twitter. Well, I fucking failed that one. Why are there so many out-of-pocket tweets today? She's only getting bigger. I mean, maybe I need to follow her footsteps and just start saying crazy things about people. Oh, Candace Owens, she, I I don't know. What's something crazy I can say about Candace Owens? The most pro-family administration. I mean, that one is one that people have already said. But nobody's like convincingly been able to do it, you know? Baby Gronk. Y'all never noticed Dan Bilzerian got the same haircut as Baby Gronk? What? We're working on a Charlie Kirk coin as well. Oh. I hate Lord Miles, by the way. He's such a... I have argued with Lord Miles, and he is such a spineless little bitch. I guess we're just at the point in the stream where I'm scrolling Twitter. I know this is not very entertaining most of the time for you guys. And then actually sometimes I know it's been entertaining. It's a slow night. I think probably because Nick is streaming some juicy gossip, right? What else? What else? Just my timeline is infected with horrible shit all the time. I really need to focus on my video essays. I had a couple in the pipeline that I was working on, so I should really get back on that.
Who is trying to... Nick Fuentes is one of these people who is trying to soften it. So for clarity, before we listen to this clip, Jeffrey Epstein had been accused of trafficking children, 8 years old, 11 years old. He, for his own birthday,
I do not ever want to hear about Candace Owens talking about sex traffickers when she tried to rehabilitate the image of Andrew Tate. I do not want to hear it.
As a birthday present to himself, found some 12-year-old triplets who were dirt poor, and his friend, Jean-Luc Brunel in Paris, flew these 12-year-old triplets to Jeffrey Epstein, okay? No one's arguing about Jeffrey Epstein's perverted interest, a sexual interest. No one's arguing that. However, Nick Fuentes is going to explain why actually that's not pedophilia. Take a listen.
This whole pedo thing, it's like, is it really pedophilia? I don't want to be the one that has to say it, but I guess I'm being forced to say it. It's not really pedophilia, okay? They weren't trafficking 5-year-olds. It was like they were technically not legal. Big difference, in my opinion. I know that's a controversial take, but that's not really the issue there, okay? The issue...
I think this is an old video unless she's repeating herself. It could be. It could be. Hi, Bin Chickens. How's it going? I wanted to watch this. I didn't get to watch Lonerbox's stream today. I edited a video. I have to make the thumbnail for it and do the timestamps. But
yeah, and also, I'm not sure exactly how many of these screenshots I want to use because I don't want to I don't want to compromise my source. They did seem, for whatever reason, quite comfortable with me saying that they really hate this kosher Kathy person. For those of you who don't know, kosher Kathy is like a guy who is parodying the name of someone who leaked my DMs like a year ago, who has since apologized, by the way. Me and that person are like at peace. But this kosher Kathy person is like a guy who has what I think is a fake Indian accent. It doesn't sound,
Yes.
it sounds like he's like faking an accent for whatever reason.
It's
He goes
fake.
under multiple aliases, and he argued with me on Kalinda's stream once. And he's a total fucking psycho. Like, he keeps trying to get me banned for every time I tell someone to kill themselves in a video game, he'll like apparently go to people and tell them to spam report me for wishing harm, which again, from a community like this is so ironic. But yeah, like apparently that's kind of why this Good Samaritan has come to me because they hate this Kathy. I don't know.
So apparently, if you guys are aware of the anti-fan community, there is there's an anti-fan community, and they're anti-fans of basically everybody, and they spawned out of Chud Logic's old spicy chat. And they've since they've grown a lot in numbers, and, they've got their own content creators, and they've turned into their own little space now. And they coordinate a lot of harassment and a lot of brigading in the space. And Kosher Kathy is definitely one of those people. People always try to get me to get on a call with Kosher Kathy. They try to trick me into it too. And it's like, it's a guy with a fake Indian accent, and then he plays like a bunch of sound in the background, and that whole group of people is just very malicious, But I don't know. They hated me like before they spawned off into their own thing. Is Queeman one of them? Yeah. Before they spawned off into their own, they were like, they hated me for years. And I never could do anything right. Like I get it. Like, I'm annoying, and every content creator makes mistakes sometimes, right? And my content isn't really meant for them. My content was always meant for me and people like me. But I don't know, it's very strange. Like, the amount of brigading and harassment I used to get from that one group. And also it's just really nasty, the way that they would do it. Like, I've been brigaded and hate rated and harassed by like neo-Nazis and groypers and all the like, right? And it was even that, like, you can depersonalize that, right? Like, these people are like idiots. They're morons, right? But like, when it's the anti-fan community and they're supposed to hold, like, they're somewhere between liberal and leftists, and they're supposed to hold certain standards, and they don't hold those standards for like when things happen to you, when horrible things happen to you. It really makes you take a step back, like the whole incident with the cow head, like the whole, like, or anything really involving, like, they will justify the most horrible things happening to people just because they dislike them, yeah, that's a whole thing. But I'm not surprised to hear that, like, there's like secret snarking Discord servers where they coordinate harassment, coordinate brigading, and all of that, so they have no moral standards. Yes, that is true. That is true. But yeah, it really makes you question your reality. And they do make alt accounts occasionally to get around blocks and stuff like that. And it's very stupid. So I think we're done here, guys. I think I basically gave my whole presentation on Candace Owens and Laura Loomer. I could probably be more concise with it. And I could probably give a little bit better commentary, but you're just gonna have to stick with me, okay? As I figure this stuff out. But yeah, I'm here every Monday. Usually not here other than Monday. Last week was a fluke. Because I was arguing with Pisco on Twitter. So yeah, last week was a fluke. Do not expect me to be here that frequently. I'm only here on Mondays for now. I will be working on some video essays. Yeah, I think that's it. I hope you enjoyed the Candace Owens, Laura Loomer, Jeremy Boring drama review, I guess. I don't know. How many of you guys were here from the beginning and stayed through the whole thing? I don't know. You know, people come in and out. More dangerous Twitter scrolling. We always enjoy Candace. I'm glad. Wait, why is my thing not updating? How do you think this will end with Candace? I don't know. I don't know. She might just explode. I think it's gonna take a comedian going after her, honestly. I think it's gonna need to be a comedian that goes after her. What is this? I'm so confused. Okay. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope it wasn't too boring. Chat, was I too boring? Tell me, chat. Validate me. She's good friends with Theo Vaughn. Really? Candace is friends with Theo Vaughn? I guess I'm not surprised at that. She's friends with a lot of really low IQ people. No one can stop her. She's everywhere. I hope somebody can stop her because that's crazy. That's crazy. I just got here. I'm sorry, Daymar 3. You should have come earlier. I announced it on Twitter that I'd be live. You did awesome despite me just getting here. Well, thank you, Ben Chickens. I thought you'd been here for like an hour, Ben. There's pics of them on Easter at church together. Insane. I was on an 8-hour drive from Montana. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, well, I'm glad you're at your destination now. You did great. Thank you. Thank you. You're not just saying that, right? Because I told you to say it. You don't have to actually say it. If I was boring, it's okay. You can tell me I was boring. All we did was go through Twitter. I feel like I'm just a Twitter content creator now. I just go over people's Twitters. I go over Twitter fights. I would have left if you were boring. Okay. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. I really have to start editing these into shorter content too and putting them up. But you know, when you edit for other people, you just get lazy with your own content, you know? So yeah. I like think about it and sometimes I'll cut up some clips and I'll be like, am I gonna edit this a little bit more? And I'm like, no. I'm gonna go to bed. Wow, that's a cool cat. Wait, she moved to Costa Rica? Okay, you know, we're not gonna be looking at the speculum discourses on Twitter right now, guys. That diagram was of a female annual exam, okay? You should come on Lonerbox's stream. I will. I try not to intrude too much over there, you know, so. I do plan to do the rejected thumbnails presentation one of these days on Lonerbox's stream, so. But he and I have very different senses of humor. It's something I've noticed about Lonerbox. Like, I feel like her sense of humor are maybe not very different, but it's different enough where, like, I'll do something that I think is hilarious, or I'll say something that I think is hilarious, or I'll share something I think is hilarious, and he'll just be like, okay. Like, wow. I told my niece this is Peppa Pig, and she's been crying for hours. Oh my god. That's amazing. I hate the Whatever podcast. I hate the whole manosphere. I can't believe it's gotten so popular online. It's just... What the hell? I think that's just how he is with everyone. Maybe. Okay, I actually need to leave. I'm just wasting time. Okay. I will send you guys to... I bet Nick is still alive. Yeah, Nick is still alive. Go enjoy Nicholas Diorio. Tell him that Star sent all 8 of you over, okay? Bye. Have a good one, guys.